bugs in my chair. I looked into her eyes and at the chili in her hair, and I said, hey, your pussy smells like Wendy's. But that's okay, 'cause Baconators are tasty. The sweat coming off you smells like Wendy's. Now come here and let me food hack you, baby. When she was DoorDash from my dreams to my front door, I told her the only sauce sandwich I want is yours. Oh my God, Jessica, I will fucking call you back. Let me do the fucking song after drinking and dancing all night long. I said, babe, your pussy smells like Wendy's. But that's okay, 'cause Baconators are tasty. The sweat coming off you smells like Wendy's. Now come here and let me food hack you, baby. When she was DoorDash from my dreams to my front door, I told her the only sauce sandwich I want is yours. Oh my God, Jessica, I will fucking call you back. Let me do the fucking song after drinking and dancing all night long. I said, hey, your pussy smells like Wendy's. But that's okay, 'cause Baconators are tasty. Tasty. The sweat coming off you smells like Wendy's. Now come here and let me food hack you, baby. I'm an incel, mindfulness shit. I'm a Christian, and I have big tits. I'm a Buddhist, and I wear no clothes. I'm a pedo, and I think that shows. I'm Jared Genesis. Do you know what I am saying? I'm hanging at playground, watching kids playing. I'm an alpha, I live with my dad. You're a synth bro, and I'm just a chat. I'm a black belt, you know what it is. And my carpet is all covered in jizz. I'm Jared Genesis. Do you know what I am saying? I'm hanging at playground, watching kids playing. I'm an alpha, I live with my dad. You're a synth bro, and I'm just a chat. I'm a black belt, you know what it is. And my carpet is all covered in jizz. I'm Jared Genesis. Do you know what I am saying? I'm hanging at playground, watching kids playing. You know what I am saying? I'm hanging at playground, watching kids playing. I'm Jared Genesis. Do you know what I am saying? I'm hanging at playground, watching kids playing.
Underground has the best video clips in town. TV Underground has the best video clips around. TV Underground has the best video clips in town. TV Underground has the best video clips around. TV Underground has the best video clips in sound. TV Underground has the best video clips around. TV Underground has the best video clips in sound. TV Underground has the best video clips around. TV Underground has the best video clips in sound. TV Underground has the best video clips around.
Hello, everybody. I'm here. It's 9:12 a.m. I'm saying afternoon stream for those of you in the Eastern time zone. Hi, welcome. How's it going? Having a good one? Doing great. How are we doing it? Doing it. Please like the stream. Oh, it's your birthday, Mike? Happy birthday, Mike. Last night I streamed until 11 p.m. Didn't meet the goal. I'm here to meet the goal. I'm starting early. We're going to watch something that I've been wanting to watch for a very long time, and I didn't realize it was out there earlier this year. The PBS station, the Twin Cities, which in Minnesota is Minneapolis and St. Paul, their PBS affiliate station decided to release the legendary debate between Jesse Ventura, the independent candidate for governor. Thank you so much. I appreciate you, Master Sin. So this was from 1998. This was when the Republican and Democratic parties were like, oh, those third-party candidates, they're no threat to us. Let them in the debates. Now they'll do anything to keep them out. And I think this debate had a lot to do with it. From 1998, this was the Minnesota gubernatorial debate. I don't think the incumbent was running this year, which makes it open for a lot of people to run. So, there was the Democratic candidate and there was the Republican candidate who I think used to be a Democrat. I don't know if Jesse ran for the Reform Party in this election. He might have, but yeah, they did court Trump as their presidential candidate at one point. Well, his public views were totally different back then. Trump in the mid to late 90s was a very different person. So we're going to watch this, and this is the reason why mostly they won't let third-party candidates into these debates. The two parties agree on the debate, and he dismantles them. He fucking, eviscerates them. Let me show you some of the Jesse Ventura political ads from the time before we get into the actual debate.
From the Reform Party, it's the new Jesse Ventura action figure.
It was the Reform Party. It was Ross Perot's new political party. It got a lot of steam, but the two dominant political parties snuffed this shit out so fast.
You can make Jesse battle special interest groups
I don't want your stupid money.
and party politics.
We politicians have powers the average man can't comprehend.
I think the moment everybody really found out about Jesse's service and what kind of person he was, and it made him a multi-dimensional person, is the Thinker ad.
I love when they show the ad that they were like, yeah, this. So Jesse, you look at him now, you see an older guy in his 70s. He's in good shape, but in the late 90s, he was still Jesse the Body. And they ran this ad, and they were like, we saw our women votership go up exponentially. It's just because he, showed how fucking ripped he was back then. You'll see. Yeah, right here.
Navy SEAL, union member, volunteer high school football coach, outdoorsman, husband of 23 years, father of 2.
The intent was the softer side, the multi-layered side of Jesse, because he looks like
He looks like the Thinker, the famous statue, the Thinker.
big, tough, muscular dude.
Who does not accept money from special interest groups.
And then this moment at the very end, he looks at camera and winks.
I remember looking at it.
It's such a great ad.
It could be a little risque. Terry's wife did not like that ad. I said, well, let me do my own little test. Then I went to about 7 different women, and the reaction for everyone was, God, I want to see it again. And they loved it.
Barkley would say that was where they got women. They knew they had guys.
It was probably the best political ad I've ever seen.
But it's amazing what one campaign ad can do to completely recast and add dimensions and layers. Suddenly, he wasn't just the body anymore.
All right. Here it is. There's going to be some boring parts. Prepare yourself. Please like the stream and please help me hit this fucking goal. So 1998, I was born in 1981. How old was I here? This is probably like October before the election. I don't do the math for me. I was 16, 17.
Hi, welcome to Minnesota's Debate 98. I'm Ken Stone with KTCA's Newsnight Minnesota. With me tonight are Pat Miles from KARE 11 News, Jeff Passolt from Minnesota 9 News. And
I love it because another thing that and this is purely like visual. When they show these two candidates, they have Jesse sitting between them. And like I said, at this point, Jesse's fucking jacked. He is so much bigger than these two little guys sitting next to him.
Colleen Needle.
He could kick both of their asses at the same time.
From Channel 5 Eyewitness News.
And all you channel surfers out there, there's nothing wrong with your television
98.
set. Twin Cities television stations are tonight coming together to share a debate between the major party candidates for governor.
We want all Minnesotans to have the chance to hear what the candidates have to say about the issues important to you.
And that's why we also have a live audience at the Mall of America ready to ask their own questions of the candidates.
Okay, now if you have cable, there's always that rerun of Chips on TNT.
I like how they're like, so all of the local stations in the Twin Cities area, Minneapolis, St. Paul, were running this. And then they're like, well, if you have cable and you want to watch something else, because all the network channels, including PBS, they were all covering this.
But otherwise, grab some popcorn, settle back. This should be a good hour. We're ready to get started with our first round of questions. But first, we're going to introduce the candidates. Not that they necessarily need it, but here they are, alphabetical order. Norm Coleman, a Republican, currently serving his second term as...
Look at this fucking skeevy-ass used car salesman, personal injury lawyer-looking fucker right here.
Mayor of St. Paul. Hubert Humphrey III, a Democrat.
Hubert Humphrey, the son of Hubert Humphrey, the presidential candidate. The Republican, I think he's a Democrat here, but I'm pretty sure, no, I think Hubert Humphrey ran against Jimmy Carter as a Democrat. I was wrong there. Yeah, they're both Democrats, but he's the son of the guy who ran against Jimmy Carter.
Finishing his fourth term as the state's attorney general.
So there's no incumbent running here. And that opens it up for new people. So that really helped Jesse in this. We all know Jesse won. But this is how he won. Watch him pick apart these two losers here.
And Jesse Ventura, Reform Party member.
He winked at the...
And former mayor of Brooklyn Park. Now, each of our panelists...
Look how much bigger he is than both of them. And then when they all stand up, he's like a foot taller than all of them.
We'll ask questions of the candidates with options to follow up and move on. There's no stopwatches here. We're going to try to keep this loose and informal, and we're going to start.
And here's the thing. He's honest. Watch how the other two dance around the questions, and watch how Jesse actually answers the questions. And this is why they don't let third-party candidates in debates anymore. Because you'll get the two lying, skeeving politicians, and then you'll get the person who's actually honest. And the people will see the person who's actually honest.
Start with Colleen Needles.
All right, thanks, Ken. Gentlemen, Northwest Airlines dominates the airline business in this state, and I think that was very evident during the strike when it was difficult to get in and out of this state. A recent study just showed that we pay businesses and consumers here 45% more for airfare in this state than in other states. And now they are proposing a merger with Continental, and the Justice Department is taking issue with that, saying it's going to hurt competition. What role, we have to live with the airline, what role do you think the state, Norm, let's start with you, the state should play in trying to increase competition or give consumers a better deal in this state?
Colleen, there's really a balance that you need here. First of all, competition drives quality. And then competition will drive down costs. So we have to play a more active and aggressive role in trying to generate and ensure some measure of competition at our airport. And we've seen that with the issue over prices. And on the other hand, the other piece of balance is Northwest Airlines is, I think, the largest employer in the state of Minnesota. So you want to keep the jobs here. You want to keep the job, but we have to be much, much more aggressive than we have been in the past. I've challenged the Attorney General on that. When other AGs came together and went to court to push the issue of competition, we didn't join in that measure. I think we need to be more aggressive than we've been, but we don't want to blow away Northwest Airlines. Keep them here, grow the jobs, and bring more competition into our airport.
Let's hear from
It's not a Beavis head, it's a butthead head, which sounds redundant. But yeah, he has butt heads like comb back. This guy's next to me is really fucking huge.
the Attorney General on that.
Well, I think that what Northwest Airlines needs is a healthy dose of competition. And frankly, I think the Department of Justice is saying the same thing in its recent litigation that it started. But the key to this is...
These guys are doing their like, oh, blah, 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 I'm a politician.
Not to jump...
Listen to Jesse's response to every question. It's blunt, it's honest. This is why, like, I disagree with Jesse on a lot of things, but I would easily vote for him for president. He's not, like, the greatest, like, most intellectual mind ever, but he's a smart guy, and he's honest.
Into a lawsuit at the state level, it's making sure that we have the kind of competition.
Jesse Ventura is still alive. We have a Jesse Ventura now. He just doesn't want to deal with all this bullshit.
In the framework of federal laws that will allow for that openness of competition so that consumers actually have a choice. Colleen, you raise a very good point. When that airline shut down, we couldn't do anything. So we need to make sure that we're balancing not only the competition side, but the high quality of workers that are there, the people that are employed. This is an important employer in our state and an industry, very important, of course, as a hub. If we're going to continue to have access to the global markets and the world itself.
The cool voice was like when I was a kid, Jesse was the bad guy announcer in wrestling. And he would always try to make the bad guy wrestlers sound cool. And he would excuse like when they would cheat and bend the rules and play dirty in the ring. And he was so good at it. I was immediately a fan.
But on the other hand, we need to have that kind of framework of choice. And I think it's very important that we see that kind of competition take place.
Well, I know a lot about Northwest Airlines. I have, I think 1.2 million frequent flyer miles.
That's from being a wrestler right there. And probably an actor. But I remember I met Jake the Snake Roberts years ago when Billy did a show in Jake the Snake. He opened for Jake the Snake Roberts at a small club in Seattle, and I asked Jake how many frequent flyer miles he had, and he looked it up on his phone and told me it was like an insane amount. Like, these guys traveled so much that they have insane amounts of frequent flyer miles. So I guarantee you the wrestling career definitely contributed towards the frequent flyer miles part of that.
So I've frequented Northwest Airlines quite often throughout my career. But yes, I agree. You know, competition drives the prices down. We need to open up the airport. We need to allow more gates for competitive airlines because we don't want to get frozen again. If something happens to Northwest Airlines, we can't allow our city and our industry here in Minnesota to face being backed and cornered into a corner like that. And I agree, too, that certainly Northwest is a huge employer. We want to ensure that their success continues here in the state of Minnesota. But we're just one of 3 hubs of Northwest. They also have Memphis office in Detroit. And as far as the merger, well, that's in litigation, that's the court system, and that's the judicial end of government, and so that's where it'll be handled.
Gentlemen, the state bailed out Northwest Airlines at one time. What about incentives? Are you in favor of incentives to get other airlines to come in? That's been the big gripe that airlines have had who've tried to come into this market, that people simply weren't flying them, or it just was too difficult for them to gain a toehold here.
Now, I think you've got to look at, first of all, the Metropolitan Airport Commission. We need to make sure that it's opening up gates to other airlines so that we have that opportunity. Jeff, you raised the question about, on another debate, about the business of the contracts and the agreements that were made. My understanding from what I've been able to check on is that, in fact, they are on, Northwest is meeting its obligations now under those contracts to expand the jobs and the opportunities for expanded business. But I think it's not only what the company itself can do and the private sector, it's also what state government through the metropolitan airports can do to see that we have that access as consumers to a wider variety of airlines.
The issue of incentives is such that if the incentives don't ensure that the competition can continue, then the incentives are really worthless. In other words, what you've got to do is you've got to make sure that other airlines have a competitive opportunity so that they can exist. It's not enough to just say, we'll give you some bucks to get you in here, if in fact you can't make it in the marketplace. And you do work through the Metropolitan Airport Commission, but other companies have to make, the private sector has to make some decisions about their ability to operate in this market. So we can play a role. But in the end, if you put some bucks on the table, if you can't compete and sustain the competition, then those dollars get wasted.
Okay, let's head out near the airport. We're going to go to the Mall of America, where we have some citizens. We got a question.
Yeah, the Mall of America was the biggest mall in America. I don't know, maybe even on Earth at the time when malls were still a big thing. So they had a bunch of people with chairs set up watching the debate on a big screen. And they were like, who has a question for the candidates? And I like how Jesse's like, if you look at this, see Jesse with his hand out like, can I respond to what they just said? And they weren't going to let him. They're like, nope, we're going to go to these people in Mall of America for their questions. Jesse's like got his hand up like, what? I can't like question what they just said.
Hi, my name is
He's like, what the fuck?
Dan Geary from South Minneapolis, and as a teacher, I couldn't agree more that we need more parental involvement in education. I would like some real-world, concrete examples on how you plan to involve parents in education.
Okay, Jesse Ventura.
Well, I plan to involve parents by going back to the neighborhood schools again, like it was when I went to public school at Minneapolis Roosevelt High School, Sanford Junior High, and Cooper Grade School. You go back to neighborhood schools, then you can get parental involvement, you have strong PTAs, and you have the school become the focal point of that neighborhood, and it tumbles on down, dealing with crime, it deals with everything. It creates an identity for the neighborhood. We need to get back to local schools like that. We also need to lower those class sizes, and the money's been appropriated. But our legislature seems to not, they write laws that if the money gets to the local districts, but there's loopholes, it's being allowed to be spent on other things. We need to tighten that up and get back to that 17-to-1 ratio, which we already have a law that says that's supposed to happen right now. So that's what Jesse Ventura will do. Jesse Ventura sends his kids to public schools. So Jesse Ventura...
That's a big thing, too. He didn't call them out directly, but he's like, I send my kids to public schools. Basically saying these two guys, they don't even put their kids in the public schools. Like the people you're going to put in charge of the state, they won't even send their own kids to the public schools. But I do. It's honesty. It's like, this is why they don't let other people into the debates now. Someone that will come up that's good at talking will be honest, and people will go with them.
Believes in the public school system.
You know, parents and students, their children, need to be involved not only K through 12, but frankly, we need to have more involvement even at the very earliest stages, and that is where parents need to have much more discretion and help from people and from the state government, and that is where child care comes into account. That's why in our budget, Roger Moe's and my budget, we propose a significant tax cut that will help parents have that kind of involvement at the early stages of their life, and we invest at the very early stages as well. But it is not only community schools that we have to be involved with. I was involved with our PTA out in the Robbinsdale School District, along with my wife, all through the time that our children were going to school there. But in addition, you've got to make sure that you have it for charter schools and for the alternative learning centers. Those are areas where parents need to be a key part. That's where most of the learning takes place. It's not in the schoolroom. It's frankly in the family and the home.
Let me give you some specifics, because that's what you really asked for. First, you're right. Parents being involved in kids' education is probably one of the most significant things we can do to make sure our kids are better and smarter and are better educated. Site-based management. Get parents and teachers involved at the local level, making decisions about spending decisions, not the bureaucrats in St. Paul. The whole issue with profiling, I want to give you, the teachers and parents, I want you to be involved in telling us, the state, how we meet the high standards and accountability that we're demanding. We want high standards. We want accountability. But I want to take the mandates off your shoulder. I want to stop having the bureaucrats tell you, here's exactly what you have to teach. I will have parents. I'll give you the opportunity. I'll give you the opportunity. Parents, teachers working together to decide how we're going to meet the high standards. And finally, what we need is community schools. We've done that in St. Paul with Achievement Plus. We've got places in the school should be a center for the community. Jesse's right, neighborhood schools, but beyond
Jesse's right. Jesse's right. The guy who's smarter than me is right.
So if we can give parents an opportunity to be involved, community schools, if we can really give them the opportunity.
These two guys are lawyers, and they learned how to argue in university. But Jesse learned how to argue just by, like, being smart and a tough guy. You know what I mean? And Jesse doesn't need to, like, use his size to kind of overpower these guys, because they're all towing the party line and they can't be honest. You back them into a corner and they have to start lying.
Opportunity to work with you on curriculum so that we can meet the high standards, and then you do site-based management. You'll have real parental involvement. You'll have better educated kids, and we're going to have a better Minnesota.
I'd like to ask a follow-up on the community schools. Are you comfortable when a school district goes to community schools and then what happens is that schools get resegregated?
I don't have a problem with it at all, because to me the ultimate, I think, and I stated this right in the heart of North Minneapolis in front of a huge African American, and they applauded and cheered, so they don't have a problem. And I'd like to add that I chose May Shunk as my lieutenant governor. Here's a woman that can't always go out and campaign. Why? She's teaching children every day. You want to find out the problems about school? Ask a teacher. They know what's happening out there.
Skip Humphrey, what about resegregating?
You raise a very good point. It's fine if you just have those community schools, but you need to make sure you have all of the other options available in every part of our state, in every school district of our state. If we're going to desegregate on the basis of community schools and the other kinds of choices, we need to make sure that the resources are there, the investment is made. And it's fine to make all of these statements about how we're going to have new standards and all the rest, but frankly, you got to be able to put the money, the resources, where you're saying your message. And the fact is that Roger Moe and I are the only ones that make substantial investments that allow us to actually have those.
If you did a dono and I missed it, maybe it got filtered. I'll take a look right now. Let's meet this goal. I don't know. Did that not show? Huh. Oh, there it is right there. Maybe it played and I just didn't see it.
Standards in place. That's real important.
Forced busing has been a terrible failure. We should get rid of it.
It's $5 TTS, so if you want, sometimes I might not notice it, but I'll go back and look.
They talk to the moms of the kids in Cedar County in Minneapolis about what you can do with a neighborhood school. We should be able to have strong neighborhood schools, a firm commitment, financial commitment, absolutely, but we should get rid of forced busing. It has been a failure. It's hurting kids. It's not helping kids.
Okay, we're now going to go to what we call a speed question. That means a one-word answer. All right, gentlemen?
These one-word answer questions are kind of loaded. Listen to this one.
And Pat Miles gets to ask it.
I just need a one-word answer, gentlemen, and it's not a yes or no question, but if you were not a candidate in this election, Jesse, who would you vote for?
He listened to him. He's like, I don't even want to, I'm not voting for either of them.
Who would I vote for if I were not a candidate in this election?
Look at him. He's like,
that's a tough question. That's a very hard question, and
it's just one word answer, Jesse.
Pardon me?
Just one name answer.
Just one.
He could say nobody.
One name answer. Who would I vote for if I were not a candidate?
You can tell Jesse has had his nose broken before. Do you see how his nose is kind of like to the left? To our left here? That could have been anything throughout his career. He was like very physical. It could have been wrestling or it could have been Navy SEAL shit. But you can tell Jesse has had it. He had a nose break and did not correct it.
Either the guy to the left or the guy to the right, or there's minor party.
These are the candidates, Jesse. These are the candidates.
There are minor party candidates, of course.
All those Democrats are going to spend us to death. Come on.
Now, wait a moment. I thought we had one-word answers.
Ken Pantel.
Yay. All right.
Ken Pantel. I don't know who that is.
You asked me next? Norm Coleman.
Norm?
He said, so the Democrat just said he'd vote for the Republican instead of Jesse. And then this guy stabs him in the back. Hold on.
It's just one word answer, Jesse.
Pardon me?
Just one name answer.
Just one name answer. Who would I vote for if I were not a candidate?
Either the guy to the left or the guy to the right, or there's minor party.
These are the candidates, Jesse. These are the candidates.
There are minor party candidates, of course.
All those Democrats are going to spend us to death. Come on.
Now, wait a moment. I thought we had one-word answers.
Ken Pantel.
Yay. All right.
You asked me next? Norm Coleman.
Norm?
I'd write in Norm Coleman.
Okay, so the Democrats like, I'll vote for the Republican. I think he expected him to like say he'd vote for him, but he's like, I just write in myself.
That's not an answer.
I think I'd write in with great respect for the work Skip's done as Attorney General and great respect for all the issues that Jesse's raised. I'd write in somebody not at this table.
Oh, what's their name?
I think I'd write in Tim Pawlenty.
All right, there you go. Let's go to a regular question now. Jeff Passel.
Okay, I want to get back to incentives just a little bit, not to beat on the same thing all night long, but recently Nordic Track CML.
Nordic Track, I get, because those were like exercise equipment companies back in the day. So I guess they were headquartered in Minnesota.
They're having very difficult problems. Thousands of people laid off. Tens of thousands of square footage of warehouse space in the Chaska-Chanhassen area will be empty now. There has been talk about incentives that help out Minnesota businesses. And we're talking about a business here that's a prototype in its market that's known around the world. And so therefore, you would think that the state takes great pride in the fact that it's being produced here and developed here. Should the state step in and help out corporations like this? Could the state have stepped in and helped out in this case? And I believe we are starting with Norm.
You know, the best way to help business, Jeff, is to cut taxes. Cut regulation. We drive. Make sure, by the way, we don't do what the Attorney General has considered, roll back workers' comp reform. You roll back that and you then increase the cost of doing business. So the best way to help business is to make sure that we cut taxes, we cut regulation, we make sure
regulation
so that we have quality folks available. One of the single biggest issues today of qualified workers, quality education, use a technical college to train people for the specific jobs that are out there. But that's the way you do it. You do it by shaping. I cannot make any business more competitive. I can't sell their product, but I can affect the environment. Cut taxes. St. Paul, I got 8,000 more jobs. Cutting taxes.
Let me ask a quick follow-up. But the question is that when a business is foundering, where do you draw the line?
This is a company that seemed to have it all, and in a few short years started to slip.
I think it's just people stopped buying their product, right?
Well, the signs were there.
So where do you draw the
Should
line?
the state step in?
Where do you draw the line on, yes, we will provide some
the
help?
marketplace is going to have its ups and downs, and businesses are going to succeed, and some are not going to be able to succeed. But sure, you need to have tax cuts. That's why I've got $1 billion of permanent income tax cuts, $340 million worth of property tax cuts, which are very important to businesses. But
I like how this guy, the Democrat, he starts sweating on it. Humphrey, he starts sweating on his upper lip a lot, and then like later on throughout this debate, you'll see the sweat like up here on his upper lip.
Important, if you ask any CEO, is to make absolutely certain that
bring out the Spanish announcer table and start the debate.
Fuck yeah, he should. I'm looking for some of those Denmarkian dollars during this stream.
State is investing in good public education so that we have the best talented, best trained, best educated workforce. That is what the demand is, combined with transportation so that people can get to the work, combined with affordable housing so that they can live closer to the jobs. That is where the role...
Yeah, they can build a shanty town.
...of the state of Minnesota becomes. Those are the incentives, the basic fabric and baselines that will help our businesses grow.
Government is not there to ensure that every business succeeds. Government can't do that. If a business succeeds or fails out in the free marketplace...
Look at Jesse's forehead. You see all those little scars? That's from blading when he was wrestling. Every little nick, he used to, like all wrestlers, well, not all, but back in the day, they would hide a blade somewhere on them, and then, they'd get hit and then like go down and hold their head acting like they were hurt really bad, and then they'd pull out the blade and like cut their forehead a little bit and bleed everywhere. And that's why Jesse has all those little nicks in his forehead right there that you can see. A lot of the old wrestlers have that. Newer wrestlers do it like up in their hair. Where it's not so visible. But yeah, what he's saying.
You can't go looking to government to bail them all out. Because then how do you pick and choose? Which business gets help, which doesn't? You're creating a dilemma there beyond belief. Certainly we need to create an environment, again, cut taxes, cut regulations, and make it so that businesses can succeed here in the state of Minnesota. But beyond that, that's private enterprise. There's a separation between private enterprise and government. And I don't believe that government can be getting involved in ensuring that a business succeeds. Again, which one do you pick then?
What happens?
Jesse did not have a Fetterman physique. Jesse was jacked. He was not Fetterman. Fetterman's a tall, fat guy. Jesse Ventura was ripped here, man. He had huge arms, a smaller waist. He had like abs and shit. He was not a fat guy.
When you provide the incentives, and you suggest that Northwest is on track now, but in essence, they're 2 years behind their part of the agreement.
The worst blading scars I ever saw was Abdullah the Butcher. Look him up. Go do a Google search for Abdullah the Butcher and look at his forehead. And he had Hep C and gave it to a whole bunch of people through blading, which is like a big scandal in wrestling.
My understanding, and I've checked on this, Jeff, is that indeed they are meeting all of their obligations at this time. But let me just suggest there is a distinction between what NordiTrack is going through, and I hope that they're able to turn that around. I hope they can, when they go, sometimes when you go into bankruptcy, if it's reorganization, you can turn it around, you give that kind of protection for a while from creditors, and you can come back even stronger. We've seen that. And that's part of what the bankruptcy laws are all about. But there is a distinction between that kind of a company and when we're talking about Northwest, which is one of the fundamental key elements for all other businesses. The transportation area is a very key element for our access to all of the other markets. So that's where I think that perhaps you can draw a little bit of a line when there is such a fundamental importance to so many other businesses and part of our society. And that's why the state of Minnesota, on a bipartisan basis, got involved with Northwest when they were in trouble, because it affected so many others.
Okay, I'm going to stop it right here. Let's go back out to the Mall of America. We have another question from another citizen.
My name is Sue Stout, and I'm from Burnsville, Minnesota. And my parents are elderly. My father takes a number of medications. He finds that the cost of medications makes it very difficult for him to continue to pay those costs. He is very concerned about the fact that he's paying hundreds of dollars for medications. I would like to know what the gubernatorial candidates will do to help decrease the cost of prescription drugs for seniors.
Who wants to take it?
I'll jump on it quickly. I find it very interesting. You know, you never hear the professional politician, the career politician, complaining about his medical situation and his HMO or his retirement. No.
Yeah, they all get that through the federal government.
Just that, first of all. They don't have a problem because they can pick and choose what they want and how they vote it. I think that maybe you know, we've got an excess of tobacco money that has been collected now via settlement, and taxes are now collected via the court system, which is a novel new idea. But that money is coming in, and I think that might be a proper place to spend some of it to ensure that the elderly are not missing meals trying to pay for prescription drugs. And then, of course, federally, we need to work on them getting Medicare and Medicaid up better.
Norm Coleman?
Certainly the issue of health care for elderly in particular, since they consume the most health care and really are most impacted by it, is a critical issue. Start, by the way, with cutting the cost of health care.
I just want to burn up part of my time with talking about how important the issue I'm about to talk about is.
And my tax cut, $3.1 billion tax cut over 4 years, sustainable, real.
I cut taxes.
But we do get rid of the sick tax. We get rid of the tax that you pay when you go to a doctor, you go to a clinic. And we use some of the tobacco money for doing that. You should do that. Secondly, the key to bringing down cost is in larger buying power. And what we need to do is
I cut the regulation that makes you sicker, but then that helps you afford health care.
Present some opportunities for seniors to be able to come together. By the way, not necessarily a government program. Government doesn't have to do this, but create an opportunity for seniors to create larger buying pool so that they can cut down the cost of prescription drugs.
Abdullah the Butcher looks like he lost a fight with a Wolverine. He's still alive, too, which is unbelievable.
Let us work with the private side. Let us create that kind of bargaining pool that will then cut the cost. But again, it doesn't have to be a government program, but we can work with seniors to make sure we accomplish that.
Well, first of all, this I find interesting because it's not just cutting costs. It's being fair. The fact is that senior citizens are on Medicare, and we all pay the same Medicare dollars as we're working. But if you live in Minnesota, you get shortchanged. Why? Because we have lower average costs. If you live in Florida or you live in Texas or Louisiana, you get all of your coverage. All of those drugs are covered. But you come up to Minnesota, rather than getting a pat on the back by the federal government, you get beat up and you have to pay your co-pays. And that is a terrible situation where it's a choice between, do I buy the groceries today or do I pay for my prescription drugs so that I can continue to have decent health? So number one, as governor, I'm going to go down to Washington and I'm going to pound on those desks and I'm going to take on this federal government and we are going to get that Medicare formula straightened out. But there are some things that we can do in the state. Once again, I'm the only one that's made a detailed proposal and provided the resources for it in a budget. And that is, number one, for those at the lowest level of those senior citizens, we can cut down those costs up to 70%, so that what I proposed is an initiative that will provide for no more than $200 per year for those that are near or just above the poverty line. And for every senior citizen that has a Medicare card, I'm going to be working with pharmacies, and we are going to pull a pool together, and we will have a lower cost area. That will complement what the state is already doing with regard to their own formularies.
Okay, I have to jump in on this because Skip ran for the U.S. Senate 10 years ago. Play back the tape. And 10 years ago, he said the same thing, that he was going to be pounding on the table to make sure that we equalize those costs, those Medicare costs.
They're cutting Jesse's time right here.
You've been Attorney General for 10 years.
Just kind of like, oh, when do I get to talk?
In that 10-year period, nothing's been done. Progress is not. So we're here again now, and the same promise is being made.
I wish the next segment was like, all right, you guys will take on Jesse in a handicap match.
But go back, play back the tape. 10 years ago, he said this is a terrible situation. Seniors in Minnesota being overcharged. I'm going to pound away at it. Can you believe? And it hasn't changed. He's right. The problem is real. We do need a change. But can you deliver
10 years ago, Norm was a Democrat.
And working in...
Yeah, so the guy who's Republican, he used to be a Democrat and worked for the guy on the right.
My office.
I wish you would have sent me to Washington to work on that one.
So the differences here are superficial. See how he's laughing about it? He was waiting for the moment to bring that up. That Norm, the Republican, used to work for the Democrat in his office. They were like in the same party 10 years ago. I have to go to the bathroom so bad. I'm going to just leave the room and come back really quick. All right. I just had a French vanilla situation.
Would have got it done. Right. All right. Time for another speed question. Time for another speed question. One word answers. Jeff gets to ask this one.
Okay, what about reducing the size of government? Do you support the change to a unicameral?
Reducing the size of government, you really have to define what you even mean by that.
Legislature.
I'll jump in. Absolutely.
What the fuck does that mean?
First, absolutely, ahead of him.
Yeah, we ought to look at it.
All right.
All,
Very good. Pat, you have the next question?
What a dumb question.
People say that politicians today really do not understand the lives of ordinary people out there. In light of that, and as we approach the Thanksgiving holiday, and I'll start with you, Skip, could you tell us what you think the current non-special price per pound of a frozen turkey is at Twin Cities supermarkets?
I got to tell you, I don't know.
They won't answer.
I do not know. I don't buy the turkeys.
I don't think any of them answer, because I did watch this before. I don't think either of these three, because they didn't want to be like completely off. And of course, like, are they going to the supermarket themselves and buying their own turkey? Probably not. Probably not any of them.
My family. But I'll guarantee you, we're going to cook a really good one. We usually bring our family.
Look how much he's sweating on his upper lip.
Together. And this year is going to be very special because usually we did it with my mother and Max, and she's no longer with us. And so all of us joined together. I think it is maybe our turn to actually cook the turkey. We rotated around our family. That's a real important.
Well, you'll have to find out how much it costs.
I'm going to have to find out what that cost turkey is.
Unfortunately, this year I'm off the hook. I went down to Worthington to Turkey Days, and I was the Grand Marshal down there for the turkey race, and they presented me with a free certificate.
What a great answer. Oh, my God. That is such a great answer. I was the Grand Marshal somewhere, so they just gave me a free certificate
to get my own turkey for going down there. But what would I guess per pound? I don't know. That's my wife's territory there. I got to be honest.
That's your constituents' territory.
In fact, I don't think that's just a politician's issue. I make a bet if my dad was sitting in this chair, he couldn't tell you that. He'd tell you how to carve it. He'll do that. He couldn't tell you how to cook it. And I can't tell you. I don't shop for the
None
turkey.
of them answered on what they think the price of it.
Now and again, I get out there and I buy some milk. And if there's some cereal that's needed in the morning, the price of that's going up. But you don't. That's not just a politician's issue. I think it's about who's working, who has time, who's available. When you got mom and dad both working, it's really a chump. And my wife is much better. I'm sure she could tell you to the dime in that one.
Politicians used to love this. They don't do it so much anymore. The small thumb when they would talk.
I'd follow up by asking you if you think it's important for candidates to be in touch with this kind of issue.
Well, I think they are, but I don't think that's a fair measure. I don't think that's absolutely you have to be in touch. I'm a dad. We're dads here. We're dads. Our kids go to school. You know, we have moms. My mom and dad, thank God, they're still alive. You deal with your neighbors, friends. This is not as much as it is a full-time job, and it is. You're also in the neighborhood. Jesse coaches, Skip does other things.
You know what? You're really scary me because I'm afraid we're going to turn this into a gender issue.
First of all, I'd like to state how you're in touch with the people out there. Yeah. You work in the private sector. And you're not necessarily cashing a government check that's guaranteed every month. You know, it's pretty hard to get fired when you work for the government. You pretty well have to commit a felony to do that, and then maybe you still don't do it. I'm the only candidate that spent his entire career literally working in the private sector. Even while I was mayor, I was required to hold a full-time job in the private sector. My two opponents, they've been cashing government checks for well over 20y years.
Okay, speaking of... whoa. I got to jump in. This thing about cashing. I've been a prosecutor. I put people in prison.
Oh, that's great. Thank you, buddy. You put people in prison.
Need people. Skip, you and I may disagree on the vision, but you have served this state well as an attorney general. I mean, we may disagree where we go, but to talk about that, do you think Rudy Perpich wasn't in touch with people because he was a politician, or Skip's dad? I think that, Jesse, it's an absurd proposition. It really is.
Pat, it's not fair. You should have asked me what the price of a Dairy Queen was. I can tell you that. I can tell you a lot of other things. And,
let's go to the Mall of America. We have a question from the mall.
Yes, I'm a retired police officer with 35 years of experience in law enforcement and public safety. I strongly believe it's dangerous to have loaded guns in your pockets or coat pockets, pant pockets, or your purses walking around in public. If this is your position, why don't we just all have holsters so we can know what we're up against? I would like to...
Oh, he means like if you're going to conceal carry, maybe we should just all open carry so everyone can see what everyone has.
To ask each candidate this question.
Let's start off, Jesse Ventura. Let's start with you.
Well, for me, it's simple. You can set the standard at where you want to set it, but I do not believe that it should be subjective. I believe it should be objective. Not left up to a police chief whether he likes your looks, how you part your hair, or things of that nature. I don't agree with that because we also have the right to protect ourselves. You know, if you're assaulted, you cannot sue the police department. You cannot sue the government. And so, therefore, I think that you have the right under the Constitution of the United States of America for your own personal protection. You can set that limit as high as you want to set it, and you can make it extremely, if someone breaks the rules, you can prosecute them beyond belief at that point when you set that standard up there. But if my wife is out, who protects her if she wants to be protected? Is Skip going to be there? I doubt it.
I hope the police is going to be there, and I hope that she doesn't need to be protected in the first place, that we have a peaceful place.
Don't laugh when he's like, oh, the police.
Jesse, in which to live. But let's understand this. First and foremost, I appreciate the question, and I thank the officer for his many years. I'm honored to be endorsed by the rank and file police in this campaign. I think they know
endorsed me, by the way.
Tool, and we'll work with them to see this kind of effort in reducing the violence. But this is where we have...
I'm glad Roy Orbison, Officer Roy Orbison was there to ask the question.
A clear
Thank
distinction
you, sir.
between myself and Norman. I do not want to see more loaded concealed weapons on the street. We do not need to change the laws. The laws work just well and fine and dandy the way they are. If you need to have that loaded concealed weapon, you can apply for it and you will get that and it'll be just fine. But the reality is it's crazy that to have an individual out there at the mall, how many people would be walking around with a loaded concealed weapon if we opened this thing up? I think it's wrong. Even Mr. Coleman's police chief says it takes us back to the days of Dodge City. It's wrong.
Skip, first two things. One, on this issue, you've demagogued the issue. The Star Tribune said that your commercial on it was misleading. But beyond that, we have the law here today. In certain cases, you go to Fergus Falls, and if you take NRA training, if you're not a felon, if you're not a drug dealer, a list of prohibited categories, you get a permit. The person could be next to you today. By the way, we have it in 31 states, in places like Connecticut and Oregon. And there's no...
Oregon. I grew up calling it Oregon, too. That's like a Midwestern thing. We don't say Oregon or Oregon. I hear most people, even the people that live there, just say Oregon. It's 2 syllables instead of 3.
Correlation between the people who have a reasonable concern for their safety, the small business guy who may be picking up deposits late at night, who have a concern for their safety, who go through the training, who aren't on that list of prohibited people.
Oregon.
There's no correlation between them and any crime. So today what you have, and Jesse's right, you have a system that is not uniform. And we're talking about uniformity. We're talking about, just as we have uniform criminal laws, we should have the same standard, whether it's Fergus Falls, whether it's Itasca, whatever it is, or St. Paul, the same standard, and a standard that is fair, that is not subjective. Some places, a chief may say, because you're a woman, I'm not going to allow you to protect yourself or your family. That's absurd. And again, the evidence statistics are very clear. We need to be focusing on those who are criminals. Get the guns out of their hands. You're presuming that law-abiding people
I want it. Look, this isn't about. This is not about uniformity. This is about, are you putting more guns on the street, loaded, concealed handguns on the street? And Norman, you can talk all you want. You can say what you want to say, wherever you want to say it. The fact is, we don't need more loaded handguns that are concealed on the street. And that's what you propose.
There has never been a licensed concealed carry person who has ever harmed a law enforcement officer, yet there have been 24 cases across the country where a police officer has documented and said his life was saved because there happened to have been a conceal and carry person there that was licensed to carry that weapon.
Okay, let's focus on the criminals and the gang members and the bad guys.
I'm going to cut it off right here. We're going to move on. We have a speed question. Colleen.
Aren't these all speed questions?
Gentlemen, this has been debated in people's homes and throughout the country, and there are people coming down on either side. I'm curious what you think. Yes or no? Should President Clinton resign? Skip?
No.
Yes.
Let the process go through.
So the Democrat says no. Jesse says yes. And then the Republican says let the process go through?
No, and we have a constitutional process that has to be.
Okay, it was yes or no. Okay, let's go to Jeff for a regular question.
Okay, I want to ask you about the Minnesota lottery. Voters have a chance to decide where.
This was around the Monica Lewinsky era here. So they're asking, should Bill Clinton resign?
Some of that money goes this election. What do you think about the Minnesota lottery, and do you think it should be in part used, because I think a lot of people in the beginning thought this was going to happen, it should be used to help lower taxes in Minnesota?
I'll jump in. I find it a very unique situation that the government's allowed to gamble, and yet the private sector out there isn't allowed to. You know, the government can have a gambling institution, a thing that feeds them and allows people and makes it easy for you to gamble. You can walk into any convenience store, any gas station and do government gambling, but woe be if the private sector were to be allowed to.
It's true. I remember, because now they have a lot more casinos and gambling around the country. When I was a kid, most states did not have any legal gambling aside from the lottery, and that was regulated by the government.
participate in anything like that. I guess we're not capable of it. Again, you've got government being our parents again out there for us. As far as the money end of it goes, it's out there, it exists. Maybe lowering taxes would be a nice way to do it, but I don't particularly like the idea of people gambling to lower taxes, because that's going to fall on the people who fall prey to gambling to begin with, and then the taxes get lowered accordingly like that.
You know, the point about the lottery is that it was directed at education and the environment. In fact, we have a constitutional amendment that is up to renew the commitment to the environment. If those dollars are not there from the lottery, then either we're not going to protect our environment, we're not going to provide the resources in education, or we're going to have to find some other means of where those resources are. I think, in fact, it is reducing those taxes and that tax burden in that sense. So it is that kind of a situation. The people
in Oregon, they have lottery slot machines. They have slot machines that are owned by the lottery that people just sit and play all day. I haven't seen that in most states. There's like Oregon lottery-owned slot machines in a lot of the bars. There's usually at least one of them. And then you'll go to some bars where it's just like full of them.
Minnesota, through their elected representatives, decided that this is what they would allow in terms of public gambling. Frankly, I'm not personally in favor of it, but that's what they decided, and that's where we ought to be making sure that it's honest, that the game is played with integrity, and that it's used for the specific purposes that are designated.
The way to cut taxes is to cut spending, to do things to generate more economic growth. You don't want to use lottery money to cut taxes. It is being used for education, the environment. And by the way, I think we all join in support of Constitutional Amendment number 1, which is to extend the life of that environmental trust fund. That's important. But you cut taxes when you keep a lid on spending, you generate economic growth. Not, by the way, with the Humphrey tax and spend program, but by putting a lid on spending.
I've got to respond. Norman, you always say tax and spend and all of that. The fact is, you got more than 26
Yeah, that guy does not sound like he's from Minnesota at all.
Proposals out there. You haven't laid out one iota's worth of a budget that says how you're going to fund those things. And so, you're not being straight with the people. Set your priorities, let them know what those priorities are, and quit promising to every single person.
Skip, if you do set the priorities, you say that we're spending 1 out of every $6 you spend today goes to state and local government. It's the difference between Skip and myself. We've got a $23 billion budget. I've made it very clear. We're going to figure out ways to live within that, Skip. What you got is you have a spending promise for everyone.
No.
For everyone.
Now, there you go again. I'm sorry, but that...
I want to follow up to get back to what we were talking about.
Well,
I want to get back to what we were talking about because...
He knows that's not true.
Jesse said that he doesn't want the gamblers to be paying and helping it to lower the...
So, by the way, I haven't mentioned this much, but if you're out there and you appreciate the streams... and you like the channel and all that shit, help me out. We're at 83% of the goal. I need about $153 to meet the goal. So if we whittle away with that, $2 at a time, I think we can do it in the next hour or so.
Taxes, but at the same time, Jesse,
Thank you
I've heard
so
you say
much.
before
I appreciate
that you
all of
would
you.
support gambling to help build a new stadium. In the
Well,
state of
no, what I would support if like say the Twins need a new stadium, I will not support $1 of public tax dollars, but maybe they ought to build this stadium with a casino in it to help support it.
Mr. Humphrey, the stadium situation, I have to get to you because
I don't know if you can legally do that. I don't think you can legally build a pro sports stadium and put a casino in it. I think the league regulations would prohibit something like that. I don't think the two pro sports teams in Las Vegas have casinos in their stadiums.
Mears named after your father, who said the Twin Cities would be a cold Omaha without professional sports. So do you have a plan to try and save
sports? We got a Vikings team that's going all the way to the Super Bowl. We got a good Minnesota Twins. We've got the Timberwolves.
Oh, there's definitely already shit next door. Yeah, there's casinos across the street. Absolutely.
Not the Wild
You have
coming.
to admit that some of them are on pretty rough ground right now. Do you have a plan to try and save them?
I think there's plenty of ways of working with the local business community, with the sports teams to see that that happens. But
that is literally Las Vegas, Titty Bar Casino Football Stadium. They avoided having pro sports in Las Vegas forever. And then sports gambling became normalized in the last 10 years. And now we have a pro hockey and a pro football team in Las Vegas. And I think the Oakland A's, I think they're moving to Las Vegas to be their pro baseball team.
Not going to use tax dollars to build stadiums. That's the same thing that's been going on all around the country. They're trying to put our backs up against the wall and say, you build it or we're going to leave.
Is Roger Moe clear on that?
Roger Moe is clear on that.
Wasn't clear on it when he was speaker.
You got to understand.
Speaker of the Hey, he was on boards.
Yeah, there was for the longest time, Las Vegas, or not Las Vegas, but Nevada, the state. Which, by the way, the state of Nevada is huge, and 90% of it is federal government-owned land. There's very little privately owned land in Nevada in the grand scale of the size of the state. And gambling and prostitution is legal throughout all of the privately owned areas, but municipality like Las Vegas outlawed that so they don't have brothels in actual Las Vegas and all that. But it is by state law legal everywhere. It's not the mob anymore. It was the mob in the 60s, 70s, 80s, and in the 90s it became more of a Disneyland for adults. It's not the mob anymore. So
Norm Coleman came to the legislature and said, give me $65 million.
But yeah, that Las Vegas, Nevada in general was the only state that sports gambling was legal at, and they kept pro sports out of it on purpose because of that.
Give me the taxes. He
and
had
Roger
a governor
went along with it, and Roger Moe went along with it.
Hey, we're going to do that.
Roger went along with it.
Roger said we can't do that. If the only way we're going to be able to get this done, if at all, is through a loan.
See if that's not true, because
it's true,
we went for a loan, and Roger Moe and Sandy
went
Roger
for
Moe
a
and
straight
Sandy
gift.
Pappas rejected it.
Hold on.
That's simply not true.
We're going to get into a he said thing.
The point is, it isn't a he said. The record is clear. This gentleman went for straight tax dollars for that. For all.
They just legalized sports gambling in my state 2 years ago, and there's still a lot of restrictions on it. I have to drive to the casino, which the closest casino for me is more than 30-minute drive away from me, and then place my bet, and then I either have to sit and watch the game, and if I win, cash out, or I have to go home and go back again to cash in my winnings. But other states, you can just bet on your phone and win or lose and then collect your money that way, which is way better.
All of his corporate cronies to make it happen.
And Roger Moe gave an interest-free loan.
And at least got a loan.
$150 million.
Welcome, everyone. Please like the stream. If you're from Europe or other parts of the world, I'm streaming earlier. You're welcome. Thank you for watching.
I want to go
interest-free loan. What's the difference? What is the difference?
I do want to
between straight money and $150 million interest-free loan.
I do want to ask a very quick follow-up. Jesse Ventura said that he would consider state casino for stadium. If that bill reached your desk as governor, would you veto it? Norm Coleman, would you?
I'd veto it too, but I do think we have an obligation to try to figure out a way to keep the community
It's okay for the government to gamble, but it's not okay for private citizens.
Let's go to the private citizens at the mall.
Minnesota.
Hi, I'm Carla Brown Dukes. I live in Burnsville. I'm disabled, and
I want to show you guys this really quick. I was just talking about federally owned land. So here on this map, all of the red is land owned by the federal government. So most of the western third of the country is federally owned. And there's military bases and just empty land that the federal government owns There might be bunkers and shit under it. I don't even know. Who knows? But they own most of the federal, like all of the red is theirs. Look at Alaska. Alaska's huge.
Been very active in school district affairs in our school district. My question is concerning the tax surplus debate that has been going on all this last year. I do not understand why that money has to come back to us instead of...
No, it's not reservations. No, that you mean native reservations? No. Absolutely not.
Being used to replace the cuts that have been made in the education, in the programs for the disabled, in the programs for people who have...
No, a lot of it's just empty land. Like literally empty land.
Children who are disabled.
Oh, am I getting
the medical
view-botted
programs,
again?
the welfare
Great.
programs.
Thanks.
That's my question.
And let's go to Norm Coleman first.
Skip has said that I'm stealing money from government by giving it back to people.
Please like the stream.
I simply disagree. I think that's a crazy supposition. The way to help people is to give them back their money so that they can then make some. And what you do, let me finish this. What you do then is you give people greater confidence. You generate greater investment. There are things. There are the safe. Again, we spend $23 billion in government. We talk about cuts. Are there many people out there who believe that we need to spend more than $23 billion? We should be able to provide the services, but it's not always about something new. Humphrey comes in, but we need to do more, spend more. So the fact is, what I don't know. Proposed is taking that money in the end. You're right. Cutting taxes to give you more economic freedom, give you more opportunity, grow more jobs, and in the end, have government have the ability to do the things it should do.
Was I clear that she was talking about the surplus money and giving it back? Is that what she was saying? Yes. Well, first of all, she needs to understand that the government sets a budget on the legislative floor. And that's what they say it takes to run the government. Surplus money is above and beyond that. That is not what the government said they were going to do.
Start a casino together? Russian roulette only? Perhaps Hungry Hippo on Sundays?
I went to a really sketchy casino in France, in the French Riviera. Or no. It was in Lyon. There's a city in like southern France, but not like in the Riviera, called Lyon. And I went to a really sketchy casino there where like it had casino games I've never seen in my life before. And that was like the weirdest casino experience I ever had.
I am the only candidate that said give the $4 billion back, which would have come out to over $1,000 for every man, woman, and child in this state. But yet they jumped in, the Republicans and Democrats spent it, bonded us to the tune of $1 billion, laid more debt on us, and increased the growth of government almost 16%.
And gave $2 billion back in property tax relief.
No,
Jesse.
$1 billion, Skip. But on the flip side, they raised my property value. That's a shell game. Don't come across with me on that.
The point is,
where's the $2 billion?
You need to not only cut taxes permanently, and that's what I have proposed, $1 billion worth of permanent income tax cuts and those $300 million plus of permanent property tax relief cuts, but then you need to invest. I don't know where Mr. Coleman comes up with this thing that everything is hunky-dory and that we're going to have smaller class sizes, we're going to improve the schools, we're going to help disabled individuals get the kind of education and the opportunities we need, and not put forward an investment in education. What you need to do is focus in on what are the few things we're going to do well. The things we're going to do well is return those tax dollars to working families, and we're going to make sure that we invest in our public education system. We're not going to siphon it off to private education. We're not going to put it in stadiums. We're not going to make sure that we're doing all these other crazy things, and the billions of dollars, Norman, that you have promised all over this state with no budget whatsoever as to how you do it. You talk that stuff, but you don't put the money there. So we've got to make sure that we are talking straightforward with the public. The reality is I have set forth a budget that says tax cuts and investment in education and in health care.
There must be a ton of pork in the government, because when you say the word investment to me, somebody's reaching into my wallet in the private sector, because you've got to spend it. Why can't we invest it?
You really do need, you need to respond to
Pat Miles. We're going to move on. Pat Miles has a speed question.
Well, as long as we're talking about taxes, in recent years,
we had a scandal in Ohio back in the early 2000s where the government was the governor of Ohio, Bob Taft, who was the great grandson of William Howard Taft, the fattest president in the history of the United States. He was tricked into investing Ohio workmen's comp public money for injured workers into rare coins by this guy named Tom Noe. You can look this up. And the coins just disappeared. And Tom Noe, I don't know if he's still alive, but he rotted away. If he's still alive, he's still in prison. But I think he might have died in prison. And then Bob Taft, the first governor in the history of America to be convicted of a crime while in office. Bob Taft, Ohio Governor Bob Taft. The Tafts are still big in Ohio. President Taft was from Ohio. There's actually been a lot of presidents from Ohio, and Taft was one of the most prominent ones. The fattest president ever also.
The state legislature gave some local communities the right to raise their taxes on top of the state sales tax. Would you go along with a local government's right to raise their sales tax on top of the state sales tax? Yes or no? Skip?
To keep the same laws in place? Yes.
No.
Local control, yes.
Okay, let's have another question, and Pat, you can ask a regular question now.
Yeah, look at this. Yeah, I looked him up. Tom Noe. Tom Noe is a former Republican Party fundraiser and activist guilty of money laundering for the 2004 Bush-Cheney campaign and of theft and corruption in the CoinGate scandal. That's what I was talking about. Yeah, in Ohio, they had CoinGate. It said, CoinGate is a nickname for the Tom Noe investment scandal in Ohio, where revealed in early 2000 in part by Toledo, Ohio newspaper The Blade. The Bureau of Workers' Compensation invested hundreds of millions of dollars in high-risk unconventional vehicles, investment vehicles. It was coins. Investment vehicles is a weird way because I'm thinking like cars and shit. But I remember when this news broke. And then George Bush gave the money back without making a statement on it. But yes, Tom Noe embezzled money through the Ohio Workmen's Comp Fund to raise money through a rare coin investment to launder money to the Bush administration's re-election campaign that year.
It's my turn. Well, you know, we've
Check
been,
it out.
I think, concerned about the growth of our state government. And I know that you're concerned as well. And not to point the finger at you, Skip, but when I read the other day that we have 535 employees and we have a $64 million budget in the state attorney general's office
In a
here.
2-year period.
I thought it would be interesting to call some of the other states and compare.
Sure.
We have a larger budget than Illinois, Wisconsin, Colorado. Would you support perhaps reducing the size of that office or the size of other offices in state government
sure.
so that we have some control? I mean, it seems amazing to me that Illinois, which has twice our population, has a smaller operating budget.
Well, I think it's hard to compare attorneys general's offices from one place to another. Some have what we call the BCA. That means the state investigators and all the rest. And there are others that have other agencies. For instance, in Ohio, there are more attorneys, public attorneys, state attorneys that the governor controls than actually the attorney general. So it's very difficult to make those comparisons. I think the bottom line is where you make this comparison. The fact is that over a biennium, as you say, it's about $64 million. But in each year of the biennium, every year that I've been in, we have saved more than $100 million and returned direct dollars to individuals. Let me give you an example. For instance, just last year, we had the infant formula case. We returned $9 million directly to consumers. We returned direct to consumers on consumer fraud cases. So the reality is, bottom line, it's a pretty good deal. You know, you're in other words, that investment is there in terms of those dollars.
There's that investment word again.
Well, it is an investment. It's the public dollars going into the Office of Attorney General. And what's the return? $100 million on savings and direct amounts.
It is weird for government to use like public money to make investments where there is like a risk of loss. That definitely shouldn't be a thing, in my opinion. I don't know what you guys think.
Let me just say, Pat, that was a great question because you named all of those lawyers that we have now working in government, and we have 2 more lawyers here who want to continue working in government. I'm the only person that's not a lawyer running for governor. But let me add something. Mr. Humphrey, why, if you have all those qualified lawyers working in your office, are none of them capable of trying a tobacco case? If we're going to be farming cases out, then let's cut down the size of that attorney general office. You know, it's like a city. If you have an engineering department, if you're going to go out and subcontract out to other engineers all the time, well, then you don't need a big engineering department as being part of government. Over 200 lawyers in that office up there, and none of them were capable of trying that
But
case.
my question really is, have the 3 of you looked at state agencies and said, this is where we can cut fat? Because it seems to me we have a lot of fat in state government, especially
Let me respond, and I do have to respond. The fact is that the Attorney General's budget has grown about 3 times the rate of inflation of the last biennium. And Pat, you contrast that by what I've done in St. Paul. I mean, I've governed. I've cut the size. I've cut the size of government, Jesse, and I've governed. That's what I've done, and I've kept spending under the rate of inflation when I've governed.
What about bonding?
And neither of you have done that.
What about bonding? Credit card.
I have done those things. We merged. Let me respond.
But Norm, what other agencies would you cut specifically?
Pat, let me tell you how you do it.
Yeah, when you're like, oh, I'm going to cut taxes, you should be able to say what you're cutting while you say that. You can't just say I'm going to cut taxes and not say what you're cutting. Let's hear which things you plan on cutting.
Then I'll give you 1 or 2 specifics. But you got to. How do you approach this? 1, you do it like we've done in St. Paul. I consolidate. I merge health departments, city and county.
I hate this guy's hair so much.
After 50 years of debate, so you look at. We have 3 agencies that deal with utilities. Look at ways to merge and consolidate. What you do is you make a commitment to keep a lid on government spending, and that's something Humphrey hasn't done. We keep hearing investment. I got to finish this.
It's unfair because Skip is now running. Skip is now running an agency of the state government, so it's unfair for you to attack him on that. But what I'm saying is, what agencies would you cut if you could be specific with it?
It is fair to look at the record. It is fair to look at the record of the mayor of St. Paul, who has cut taxes every year, who has kept spending under the rate of inflation, who shrunk the size of government except for adding cops. We've done that. And one of the ways, let me tell you, let me throw something out and see whether Skip will respond to this. One of the ways you cut the size of government, and I know Jesse will respond, I believe, the same way, is you use notions of competition. You see whether a service can be delivered more cost effectively on the private side. Skip, are you willing to consider competition?
I love this. This guy worked for me. This guy worked for me for 10 years. He supported all of what we did.
Of course. He's a fucking huckster, and so are you. I mean, like, come on, dude.
When you were on our executive committee,
you guys are working together because you know you're in trouble here. Eventually, maybe not here because they're still calling each other out, but there was a point. I think there might have been another debate too that isn't publicly released. I'm glad this one came out this year because I've been looking for years for these debates that Jesse talked about that he was in, where he debated the Democrat and the Republican.
I didn't hear any of these complaints, Norman.
This is how he won. He won this election. He was polling like under 10%, I believe, before he did this. And then he won.
Didn't hear any kind of objections to what we were involved with.
Hello, excuse me. Can I just ask you? I just want to know. I just want to know specifically what agencies
major
would
agency
you
that we've
cut?
got to look at. The whole system of corrections.
The Met Council.
The whole system of corrections.
Skip, are you willing
Huge
to
amount.
use competition and corrections?
We are going to take a look through a performance review council of every single agency. I'm the only candidate that has provided a specific dollar amount by what we're going to cut the budgets, and we are going to look particularly at corrections, and we are going to see we don't need $80 a day cells. We don't need a Cadillac system. We can provide safety and we can find security in those areas for much less, and we're going to do it
budget
working
based on projected surplus?
It is, but it is.
Well, then how do you know? It's not based on any projected surpluses.
It's based upon what Arnie Carlson and his economics people say is there.
And Ted Mondale said you have a $1 billion hole in your budget. Ted Mondale said you have a $1 billion hole.
Stop, stop, and stop.
You want to talk $1 billion holes? How about $5 to $8 billion?
Okay, let's stop it right now. Let's stop it right now.
You're spending $1 million to go to the radical right now. You're spending $1 million to try and get back.
Stop. Let's go to the Mall of.
Thank you for your direct answers.
Let's go to the Mall of America.
I said Met Council.
I know.
Go.
Yeah, my name is John Knight, and I'm from St. Louis Park. And when I went to Morehead State, I saw a lot of students working 3 jobs and having trouble making it through college. As governor, what will you do specifically to increase access to college for students who come from low-income families?
Well, there's already many loan programs and grant programs out there right now. I believe very strongly that if you're intelligent and you can survive and pass college, you can be intelligent enough to figure out your way to get through there. Nobody says you have to graduate in 4 years. Nobody says you can't go to the community college first, get your core classes done there much cheaper before you go to the bigger school later. And you can do what I did. When people say there's not a way to do it, you can do military service, which I did. My opponents never did. You then qualify for the GI Bill through your military service, which will help benefit you tremendously to getting an education.
We have about 7 or 8 minutes to go,
another
so let's move
government
on.
program, by the way, which seems to work pretty well. And I like that. I think that's a good program. But the way that you do it, and I'm the only candidate that will help this young man.
You have to put your life on the line.
You are absolutely right. You are absolutely right, Jesse. But the one way that we can help this young man is to make sure that we target a tax cut to help, in addition to the Hope scholarships that are in place, to make sure that we don't have an economic barrier for someone to go forward with their first 2 years. That's exactly what I have proposed. Up to $1,000 per year is going to be very helpful. That will cover almost all of those costs for very low income. Now, let me tell you what the problem is. If you don't do that, you bring upon the students some of the highest debt levels possible. And then you're trying to ask this individual to go out and make a living for themselves and the rest. That's a little bit like what Norm Coleman has been doing in his city. He indebts everybody up to the tune of $900 million. He's spending and debt and borrowing. That's the problem.
Very quickly.
2 things, Skip. Thank goodness you're not running St. Paul, because there'd be no jobs, and we'd go back to when it was run by the DFL, by Jim Scheibel and company. The city was dying. So we're doing well. Let me respond to the question. I do hope people listening, because Skip's got another program. For every issue that's been raised, he's got a program. And as a result of that's going to both spend, and your taxes are going to be raised. I mean, you got to listen to that, because in the end, it's another program. And the way you deal with the question raised by that young man is, one, first of all, you make sure mom and dad has a job. You do that by cutting tax, by promoting economic growth. That's what I've done. I'm the only one sitting there who's grown jobs. Secondly, what you do is you make sure when the federal government provides Pell Grants, and that program's been expanding, that the state keeps its share. That what we don't do is that we don't take the federal dollars and use the state dollars for more spending. And under Humphrey administration, you're going to see more spending. So make sure mom and dad has a job. Make sure the state doesn't cut the Pell Grant opportunities, and then do the things you can to keep tuition low. But you do that by promoting economic vitality and sound management, not by more programs.
We're running out of time,
it's
so I'm
not
going
a
to move
program,
on.
folks. I just want to make sure. What I talked about was a tax cut. Now I'm being attacked for cutting taxes. It's amazing what happens.
Time for a speed question. It's going to come from Colleen and Norm. Skip. I'm sorry. I'm told it's a regular question. Colleen, take it away.
Oh, we're going to do a regular
question.
Okay. It strikes me that we've become 2 very distinct states. The folks who live outstate have very specific concerns that those of us who live in a city cannot necessarily always relate to, and vice versa. When we're talking about building a stadium here in the Twin Cities, people in Brainerd or Hibbing may not care much about that. But when we talk about whether there ought to be a hunting season on Timberwolves or a moratorium on feedlot expansion, they care very deeply. How do you reconcile the two very distinct needs, two different needs of the state?
First of all, high taxes and government regulation applies across the whole state. Whether you live in southern Minnesota, the Iron Range, or the urban, too much government, too much taxes, too much regulation applies to all of us.
Do not hate. Hate is not so good.
But we all have to, you're right, we have to become better acquainted with outstate, in-state, and work together. We are one state, the state of Minnesota. And I think one of the things that could accomplish that is unicameral legislation, because then everything will be debated on the floor. You won't have these conference committees where payback takes place and all of that stuff that goes on where one person can be a dictator and kill a bill and never allow it to be debated on the floor, which is what you have now. You debate every bill on the floor. That makes every citizen of Minnesota more educated on the issues and able to understand the issues in different parts of the state.
Colleen, I do think that there are some fundamental things that every one of us are concerned about. We're concerned about seeing that taxes are returned to our working families. We're concerned about good public
Why do they need to be returned?
Education and the investment that's needed, and about health care, and about reducing and eliminating that crime. But there are some situations where
It's a mead, not a wand.
Need to join together. Every one of us love our lakes and our airs and the clean waters that we have.
Our lakes and our
but we need to join together to figure out how we expand.
I do like it's a mead, not a wand. It's a mead, not a wand.
And our businesses, and at the same time, not destroy the very base from which that is drawn. One of perfect examples is up north, the logging industry. They've pulled this together. They're not only logging more forest, but they're growing that forest base. And they're doing that with environmentally sound practices as well as good business management practices voluntarily. That's what I think we can do with the livestock industry. That's what I want to see happen. Grow the industry responsibly, not only for ourselves, but for the future.
And that's probably the greatest challenge, Colleen, for the governor. It's pulling us all together. And in every coin in your pocket, there's the phrase, e pluribus unum, out of the many one. And that's really the mindset you have to have. And Jesse's right. You know, if you talk to any small businessman, whether they're in St. Paul, they're in Southwood, whether they're in Moorhead, they're in Mankato, they're in Worthington, they'll tell you the same thing.
I like how he's naming all the places.
They're going to tax us to death.
I'm going to
regulate us to death. Make sure that our kids go to have world-class education. Make sure our streets are safe. And if you do that, we're going to do very, very well. In addition, then, you do look at some of the special opportunities.
He's talking about Minnesota.
You look at the resources that we have in northern Minnesota, tourism as an example, and we make sure we have policies that promote the natural resources. We don't put bans on studs on snowmobiles. We should work with the industry to create the technology so we keep the tourists coming from Wisconsin. We don't do as Skip has proposed, put moratoriums on livestock. You kill the livestock industry, you kill the grain industry, you kill the food processing industry. So work with the resources, figure out a way to pull us all together.
30 seconds to go. Last thoughts from both Skip Humphrey and Jesse Ventura.
My last thought is this. You know, a lot of these candidates tell you that your vote is wasted if you vote for Jesse Ventura. That is pompous and arrogant. It's your vote, and I want you to remember that the only wasted vote is not voting your conscience or your heart.
Wow. That's really powerful, what he just said right there. I wish people held that same philosophy. I want to hear it one more time. It's that good.
A lot of these candidates tell you that your vote is wasted if you vote for Jesse Ventura. That is pompous and arrogant. It's your vote, and I want you to remember that the only wasted vote is not voting your conscience or your heart.
That's so huge.
I just say this, that you need to be able to set priorities. You need to establish them. That's exactly what I've tried to do. I want to see those smaller class sizes. I want to see tax dollars returned to our families that are struggling with children in child care and senior citizens taking care. Those are the things that we need to be able to accomplish, and you need to do that by setting priorities.
We have run out of time, gentlemen. I'm sorry. It's been a fast hour. Thank you all. Thank you. This was a great Minnesota Debate 98. Our thanks to the folks at KTCA, the best technical crew anywhere, KARE 11 News, Channel 5 Eyewitness News, Minnesota 9 News, and also the Minnesota Broadcasters Association, their work on this project. We thank you. Also, thanks to the folks at the mall and their patience.
Who said that, Jesse? No, Jesse said, he said other people said that voting for him was, other people were saying that voting for him was stupid. He's the third party candidate.
And thanks for tuning in. November 3rd, get out there.
I don't care what Jeff calls me. Me and Jeff don't agree on everything. Oh, I don't care. I mean, I would have voted third party in this elect. I would if Jesse Ventura was the third person on the ballot, which there is no actual feasible third person on the ballot now. There might be people on the ballot who have already dropped out. But yeah, I would vote for Jesse for president if he actually ran, but he's never officially ran. So that's that. I have to go to the bathroom again. I will be right back, and then we'll watch some other stuff. Here we go. All right, we are back. Thanks for sticking around. I appreciate it. What are we going to do now? Let's check something out here. There we go. Oh no. The funny thing is that the person doing the bots thinks that the regular people will like take what the bots are saying seriously, which in reality you're just annoying the regular people who watch the stream. You're not influencing anyone over to your side. Let's check out Cobra stuff. Let's go there.
Somewhere in the world today, men have got to stand up strong, face the truth about themselves, to understand what went wrong. I know we can find a way. I know we can find a way. I know we can find a way. Stand up.
It's amazing.
Stand up.
It's amazing.
Stand up.
It's her found footage film.
Kitty? I can't stand this. Where is this fucking cat? I don't think you exist anymore. All right, cat, I'm done. I'm done. You don't exist. I cut through the thorns and everything for you. You obviously don't exist, so.
I see a Wendy's in the distance, actually.
Okay. That's fine.
She's got like a pair of they almost look like wire cutters.
Dude.
Yeah, she can barely snip little twigs. I use this to clear away blackberry bushes in my yard.
Why are you trapped together? Can you get off of each other? That's what I thought.
She likes to harm trees. Cyrex is going to appear like, ah! Like from behind a bush.
What are you? You can just be cut off.
By the way, I am trying to hit the goal, which we're less than $150 away. If you got a couple bucks to spare, that would be amazing. It's pinned at the top of the chat right there. E-begging segment, e-begging segment, e-begging segment. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
All right, well, this cat is done. I'm back here. He's not crying. Obviously, he doesn't want help, so I'm done. Wasting my time. I could be at home crying. Crying myself to sleep. Oh my God, it's still don't thank you. I need some kind of walkway when I come back here. And it needs to be to my liking, my height.
I have
don't even want to break off that.
I have a pair of hand trimmers like this, and I use them to clip away blackberry vines.
Really?
Which grow at an unbelievable rate.
Okay. Well, I'll bring a saw with
Thank you for the $2.
me if I have to. There we go. Now I can't see anything. Now that's my cue to go, because now I absolutely can't see shit. And this cat is done for. I tried. You're an asshole. I didn't try hard enough, though.
She tried to save a cat?
Oh, but... It's my fault. I still... Oh! Flash, where'd you come from? I thought my flash was done. Oh, you come back. Okay. I was about to get out of here. Spiderweb.
So many crickets.
Yeah. What is this? Get off of me. All these stupid little things. Can we, like, karate chop that? Yes, we can. What about you? And you? What are you? Trash, as I thought. Thank you. I can, like, almost walk through here. Oh, you're trash, too. Oh, hi. Hello. Hello. Trash. Thank you. I still hear that dumb cat. After I fucking made my way through here landscaping all night and you don't appreciate anything I've done.
Sometimes we'll have frogs here if you live near a lake or a pond or whatever, but here it's pretty quiet at night. But I remember in Ohio, there would be crickets and cicadas all night. You'd hear them. Cicadas are so loud.
I can go through this way, although I'd rather go through this way. I don't have to duck. But this thing right here, this thing is still ugly as shit. I'm going to have to bring a saw for this thing. I'm going to get it, though. I'm going to don't stop, get it. But what I can get... This is the creepiest tree I've ever seen in my life. I don't know what kind of tree this is called, but it's disgusting. Absolutely disgusting.
I love how she live streamed this shit.
You don't even... Girl, there you go.
Yes, those are wire cutters.
Break that whole branch off. Hey, come on. Get off of me. Demogorgon. Now be gone with you. This is why the whole thing needs to be cut off, because it's a fucking Demogorgon from fucking hell. Get off of me! Slut. Now how do you get through here? Bitch. Why is this fucking branch, like, literally not even? Dude. It's like... Dude. No. How did I get through here last time with all this Demogorgon bramble? No, how did I get through here? No. Absolutely not. I crawled through that little hole? No. Come on. You are literally... Oh, wow. Hello. I'm breaking branch. That's good. I'm literally getting caught up in the branches to get out of my chest. I don't even need a hacksaw at this point. I don't need a fucking hacksaw. I'm just gonna fucking step on it. If you get out of my fishnet. There you go. You're broken. You're fucking broken. I'll snip you off real quick. Come here. So I can snip you.
I'll smoke you till you're dead!
You're probably already dead anyway. And let me snip you too. You're
She needs a
probably dead
machete.
too. Well, you're too thick to cut, but anyways. How did I get through this? How did I get through here before? I literally... No, there's no... I don't understand why this little maze keeps fucking on me. But you are still caught up in the trees. I'm not done with you yet. You got me fucking discombobulated with everything else. I'm not done with you. One... What is this thing? Nobody knows. What is this?
What is this? It's called a branch?
It's being caught up somewhere, and it does not want to let go. And you're a loose branch. So you can get out of my face. Thank you. Sometime this fucking century. I'm not done with you, Branch. You literally don't want to let go, but I'm going to make you. I'm going to fucking
She's fighting with a branch.
Oh, that could be holding you on. This branch right here. That's
a branch is holding on another branch.
Probably what's holding you back.
What?
Or maybe this branch. Hey. Figure it out. Cut it off.
Figure it out, dude.
What about
Figure
this
it out,
branch?
dude.
Still wants to act like it don't know nothing. But I think I done cut most of your Demogorgon off. That's one of them right there. Now I got more Demogorgon in my... Where did this come from?
A Demogorgon tree.
Like, literally, where did this come from? It just got thrown in my face out of nowhere.
What? I like how she says she's chasing after a cat, but in reality, she's just fighting with trees.
I'm not done with you. I said I will destroy you, and you don't listen to me. I said I would. And that's what I'm doing to you. And you don't listen. Because when I say I'm going to do it, I'm going to do it. And you still want to act like you don't stink. Well, you do. And you belong down there on the ground. I'll come back and I'll hacksaw the rest of you off later. Trust and believe I will. Trust and believe I'm going to get you, baby doll. You're not
Baby
done.
doll.
You're not done with. And your little Demogorgon offspring. Those are done. You're done. You're done.
You don't like it? You don't like it? You don't fucking like it? Well, maybe you shouldn't go against the grain.
Done. You might be a redneck if you're in the woods late at night. Chopping up shit that ain't even yours.
Okay.
Trying to catch a cat.
Trying to catch a cat?
You can't get no pussy even though you were offered the best pussy in the land.
It's very funny.
And tight as fuck all the time, but I digress.
Trying to catch a cat in the woods.
Anyways. It's pretty much doable now that I've been through here. Thank you. Thank you. Come again. You gotta move this log, baby doll. Nobody likes a log in their hog. Except a nasty lady. Nasty as you wanna be. She wants a log in her hog. You gotta take the log out with the law.
What?
That is the law. If you can get it past the fucking trees, can't see the forest for the trees, can't see your dick past your knees.
Is she trying to do the beautiful people?
I digress.
Oh, I digress. Yeah, you came up with
Can I
that.
get the
That's your
log
catchphrase,
out?
right?
No, you can't. The log says no.
You know what, though? This is one of her better streams because she's not reading the chat, and the chat is what gets her triggered all the time. So it is better. She's like holding herself together better. If I have to give her positive feedback, she's focusing on hacking up the trees around her house.
Yeah, that could be an entranceway, I guess.
Fucking bullshit!
Where did this come from? That's.
You don't like it? You don't fucking like it? Then maybe you shouldn't fucking go against the grain.
It's disgusting. Throw your clothes away. Fucking trash.
Fuck out of my way, you stupid fucking hat!
Well, the log, let me fucking take it out.
I like this one.
It pisses me off! Broke my fucking cigarette. Fuck!
You fucking son of a fucking dick cunt cocksucker. Thank you. But
Hey, make that white stuff come out again.
start the fucking entrance with the log. You can show your beautiful self with. Thank you. Stupid slut. Stupid cunt. There. Well, you need to fix yourself. There. Now, so when people are walking back here trying to find cats, there we go. A little bit more free.
Social media doesn't give a shit. Is that on here?
Why is this shit back here? This wasn't fucking back here earlier.
Oh, yeah, right here.
Fucking social media doesn't give a shit!
These people are psychotic. It doesn't need to be back here because the woods are not trash. Why is there clothes and... Where did all this... This wasn't here earlier, please. Stop littering. Take your shit. Stop littering.
Yeah.
Fucking social media doesn't give a shit!
So sick of people.
She's looking for a cat, but I think now she's just destroying all the plants, all the trees around her house.
We're offered everything on this fucking planet and we treat it like shit. Not me. I don't.
Yeah, she's
Take
like
your old rocking-
she's like the emerald ash borer. She's probably killed more trees.
Sure. Throw your shit away, you son of a bitch. So hard. That was so fucking hard. This cat, I can't come back here now. My phone literally has no more light bulb. Flashlight. Kitty! I've already done the most I can, cat. Created an entranceway where nobody probably wanted one, but I don't give a fuck.
I'm noticing every time she looks up and the house is there, she's really not getting that much further away from the house. I'm like, wow, she's cutting through so much brush. And then she turns around and looks at the house and it's right there. Just a little, like a smidgen further away.
Who are these people? Nobody's.
trying to snip that little... That's not getting in her way. What is this?
Come on, you fucking goddamn dick suck. That's still a good rocking chair anyways. I don't know why someone would... See, I haven't gone this fucking deep in the wood. I don't even know how far I've gone. Oh yeah, I said that was going to be an entranceway too, yes. Eventually. Kitty?
Yeah, that chirping sound. That's the kitty.
I hear you. Come on, sweetheart. I don't have the fucking energy juice. My phone's at 4%. Come on, sweetie.
I can hear the cat meow.
I can literally hear you. Right here. Where are you? Please. I haven't even seen your eyes at all night. Oh, fucking goddamn mosquito, get away from me. Come on, sweetie. I hear you. Where are you? Come on, my phone was at 40%. It's literally fucking dead. I don't believe this shit. Where are you?
The cat is a master troll. Oh my god. It's a nightmare.
Oh my god.
I don't know what's going on with the cat. I don't know what's going on with the cat and why the cat is there and why she's chasing it.
Something is...
This
What
is
is
horrifying. And she's got a pair of wire cutters.
I'm going to have to come back with my phone. I won't be able to come back with my phone.
You don't need your phone. Why do you need... Well, you need the... Okay, the fact that you're streaming is killing your battery. If you were just using the phone as a flashlight, I'd get it. But you also have to live stream this, which is killing your battery quicker.
Can't wait all night for it to charge. I already waited long enough.
Do you think the cat is hiding from her because she's crazy?
And
I don't know.
This is where I'm at.
Okay, yeah, she's already, like, far away.
Kitty, I understand. I should have literally not even went home. I should have went to Walmart, bought you something, and now I've got shit all over me.
The trees fight back. They've got her.
Thanks. It's not coming out.
Yeah. Jessica's out trimming trees with a pair of wire cutters.
Kitty, I gotta go home. Kitty!
What a disaster.
Kitty! Kitty! You're so close, yet so far, and you're fucking killing me, dude. My phone is about to die. I haven't even spotted you. How do I even know you exist?
How do I know you exist? It's an interesting question. How do I know any of you exist? Meow.
Kitty? I don't even think you exist.
I don't even think you
I haven't even fucking
exist.
seen the whites of your eyes at all tonight. Nothing. Anything. How do I even know you're real? You're probably just another troll.
Yeah, it's a troll pretending to be a cat in the woods outside of your house.
Get the fuck off my clippers, you son of a cunt.
Son of a cunt. She should be blasting some Bjork right now. Get blocked, troll. Hey, someone test my Streamlabs link and let me know it's still working. Blocked.
Bitch.
I remember watching the Blair Witch Project in the theaters when it first came out and getting dizzy from watching it because of the way it was filmed.
Cat. What is this? Wow, you just came out of fucking nowhere. Okay. Oh well. Kitty.
Yeah, she needs... I want her to have the Brutus the Barber beefcake, like, giant scissors. You know what I mean? The, like, gardening shears. I want those.
That is a whole thorn ass fucking bitch. Holy shit. What is this? Is it a fruit thing? Because if it is, man, that would be nice to get all the berries off of that. But goddamn, I know it's not fucking roses. Holy shit. Man, I got a thorn in my... My God. Like, seriously, what is that? If it's blackberries, okay, but I never seen anything like that. Kitty! Yeah, you're seriously in the thorns. I think you're not even a fucking cat at this point. You're like a fucking demon trying to fucking entice me further because, dude, you are in the thorns right now. I can't go any further. Dude. What is this kind of...
So this is the new bot thing. Is now they're gonna call you all not real. You're all not real. You're not real.
Kitty. You literally got yourself in trouble. I don't know where you are. And why are you meowing so quiet the closer I get? That's very creepy. Are you a fucking cat? You have no reason to be scared of me, but, like, dude, this is literally thornberry territory back here. I can understand why you'd be scared. Come on, sweetie. You literally should have stayed. It's my fault. I should have came back for you as soon as possible, because you weren't even in a bad position where you were before. Dude. You're going to have me up all night.
Kitty Gorgon.
You are literally in the thicket, dude. This is some goddamn...
Yeah, if you want to say fuck the bots, join in helping me meet this goal right now, because they're so fucking dumb. It's someone that thinks they're funny. I don't know what else to say.
Sleeping Beauty shit. I don't... Kitty? I cannot fucking help you. This is way beyond anything I can get past.
Yeah, someone test Streamlabs. Thank you. You're probably a bot. Because I don't recognize your name.
I would need to have a fire back
But
here
yes,
and
please
then learn how
test
to
it.
put
Thank
out.
you, bot. Or you might not be
And
one,
it
but
will
maybe
order
you
to
are.
get you because that's how bad it is. I can't get you.
Okay, yes. Well, we agree on one thing for the first time ever. Test it.
Why did you have to move? I can't even see your eyes. I don't even know if
Yes,
you
it does.
exist.
But we should still test it.
I can see why you can't get through here, dude. This is fucking terrible.
Yes, it does. It works.
Why would you come through there?
Get blocked.
Dude.
Pesty. Help me out, y'all. I'm on.
I haven't even...
Oh, thank you so much. See? We're at 777.52. Thank you.
seen your eyeballs. I have to go home. I've done way too much for nothing. I'm telling you, you could come out of the woods and eat your food. I can't help you. I had a flashlight and I sat on live stream with it on the whole time, and then by the time I
A cat doesn't know what a fucking live stream is. I like how she's trying to explain this to a cat.
needed it, it was dead. Come on, cat.
So was this not her cat? This was just like a stray. It was a new cat she wanted to hoard. Is that what this is?
I'm trying my best, but that's not even that good right now. I love you. You can actually see my breath out here. It's not even fucking cold. That's kind of weird. It's not even cold.
Cold enough to see your breath.
So how you can see my breath? That's fucking creepy.
Fuck the trolls.
Alright, kitty. Well, I tried.
Fuck the haters!
I failed miserably, so. Ow.
She's already a cat lady.
Hi, kitty.
She should get into landscaping instead of this streaming shit.
I'm going home. I'm sure you'll be here tomorrow unless that whoever ruined that entrance fucking comes in. That's the only reason I can imagine you running off to the other side, because you obviously didn't run away when I was here the first time, so... What is this? I'll take it. Okay, what am I? Some kind of root?
Yes.
There you go.
Some kind of root. Some kind of root.
Oh. Where are you? On the ground? Oh, yeah, you're not even been cut.
Do you call it a root or a rut?
Well, you've been cut now. Cut you again. Cut you again.
And then when it comes to roads, do you call them routes or routes?
Oh! The thorns. Holy shit. Okay.
New poll. How do you say it? Route, route, or sometimes either, depending on... Like, I'll say, when I'm driving and I say the name of an actual road, I'll say, like, Route 20, Route 50. But if I'm talking about the famous road, Route 66, I call it a route. Yeah, that's weird. Route 66, huh? Rut? Are you rut?
My God. I love it.
God, I'm so glad the fucking bots are gone. I hate that people do that shit. It's stupid. It says I have 3,000 thumbs up from all the fucking bots. I hate it.
There you go.
And there's
Thank
nothing
you.
I can do.
Kitty! Kitty!
I think YouTube will clean that up, though. They can usually tell when it's
I'm going
fake.
to bed. You obviously, well, I'll leave your food out here, but you don't even deserve it at this point, so. Wow, my phone still has a flash. How is that possible? I thought it was dying. I thought after 15% it didn't have flash. Kat, did you come out and get some food anyways? No? No food? No, it's on 1%. How does my phone have any flash at all? It shouldn't. No, I can't play anything on my phone because otherwise I would end the live stream. It's not that I'm going to ignore. I would have to have two phones, and I don't. And I'm glad I made you laugh. And I will hate on a tree if I feel like it, if they're pissing me off. Just like I'll hate on this, and I'll hate on that. And I'll hate on this. Kitty!
It sounds like she's
Dude.
calling a chicken.
I still hear you, dude. I can't get in the thicket of where the fuck you are, asshole. You're an asshole, and you keep going further.
You're
dick.
an asshole.
Tell him, Affleck.
Affleck?
Tell him he's a fucking
Is she talking to a duck?
dick. Yak, 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 yak. Am I awake? Yes, I'm fucking awake. If you were a stalker, you would know I was awake. So don't fucking ask me otherwise when you know the fucking answer. Yes, I'm awake. No, I don't want to video chat with you. No, I don't want to meet you. No, I don't want to look at what your pictures look like. No, I don't.
Huh?
I don't want to do any of that. Thank you. Okay? I don't feel like it. Don't want to. Oh, purple flower. What are you? Yeah, we got some of this in my yard. I think you're not even supposed to be wildly grown, but you've been spreading around town. I've been watching you, but I'm going to cut you anyways. Goldenrod, which I think you are, you need to be trimmed too, just cause I say you should. Whatever this is, trim you too. You're an asshole. Get on. Come on, trim.
Yeah, she's still on a 1% battery.
Trim. Oh, something's got you. Oh, we'll trim you off too, since you want to not let that go. I'll let you go. Little catchy.
I think she might have lied about her battery.
Vine thingy. You're trying to vine stuff up. Goodbye. Vine no longer exists.
Clip. Oh, here's a branch
you
here.
You want to show
clip,
off your
clip.
branch? Too bad. cut you off. You're ugly. I'll snip you. And your brother, too.
She's still on the edge of where all the brush starts.
And your
She's just hanging out in her yard snipping trees.
mother. Oh, so bad. I clipped you so hard you closed my clippers. I clipped you so hard I can't even open my clippers.
Well, I guess it's behind Walmart, right? That's why those big containers are there.
Just back up. Hello? Wow. Literally, my clippers.
They're wire cutters.
Okay. Oh, you finally let loose. Did you open up? No, you didn't.
Is that it? Wow. We watched the whole friggin' thing. Whew. I feel exhausted after watching that shit. Yeah, I don't think Jason Voorhees is popping out, sadly. The Jessica Witch Project. How's everybody doing? I didn't expect people to come and do their dumb bot shit. I hate it. But I guess that's what they're going for. But thanks for watching. I'm really trying to meet this goal because that's kind of what we depend on here to keep the channel running. I feel like people are trying to throw wrenches in our gears here with this weird bot shit, which is really fucked up. And I would appreciate it, like, if you're out there and you want to help us meet the goal. It's right there, pinned at the top of the chat. It's weird how the voting has changed so much. Looks like Root is ahead. Root. What else do we have here?
His tissue massages and acupuncture down to a T. He insists on making biscuits on me. And if he can't lay on me, he doesn't want to be near me. He has to be on me, making biscuits at all times. I love you too, Ollie. 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 Ollie, come on, look at me. Nope, look the other way. Nobody knows what's going on. I love you. You're such a good boy. Who's a gooder boy? Ollie has been licking and chewing on me. I don't know if it's a walnut or an olive.
What?
Nut or I don't.
Oh, an olive nut? Those look like walnuts and some other kind of
Olives,
nut.
I don't know, but I bought it in Wyoming. He loves to.
That's where girls have cooties, by the way.
To lick all.
The rest of the goal is $122.48, by the way. That's the exact amount for the rest of the goal. $122.48. And I'll keep going. It's not even noon here where I am. I just woke up extra early. I woke up. Maybe I need some coffee or something. Maybe I need to make some coffee. I probably do need some more coffee. But yeah, I didn't expect to start streaming and then have all the fucking nonsense and everything. I thought I was just going to stream and we'd hang out. It was doing good for a little while.
My necklaces and chomp on them since he was a baby.
This is her like leaking people. She takes other people's pictures and she's like, these people suck ass. But if anything, this is like, because of how she is in her audience are people that don't really like her. This is kind of an endorsement of all these people. Why can't you figure out what you are?
Imagine being a fisherwoman and you smell your own mother's hoo-ha. And you have the nerve to tell, bitch, I don't fucking stink, but I can tell you do.
Your mom. She always does that, like, your mom said that. Your mom. You fucked your mom.
Crusty ass fucking braids, bitch. Do better. You're crusty looking.
You're crusty looking.
Than fucking...
Did I get another dono? I didn't see it. Hold on. I noticed that it went up, but I did not see the dono. Let me look. Oh, yeah. Yep. Master Sin. Thank you for the $5. I appreciate
Krabs,
it.
Slut.
Okay.
Seriously, where the fuck do people get the fucking idea that I'm in fucking Casper when I've literally been at home taking pictures, being live in my fucking room? How could I be in fucking Casper? Just because I posted pictures from a month ago, I'm supposed to fucking be there? I've been telling you people. I've been giving you hints. Trying to tell you, no, I'm not there. Oh my fucking God, you make me want to bash my head against the fucking wall. All of you. Every last one of you, because you have no context clues. You can't use your brain for shit. I feel very bad for all of you. I'm sitting in my motherfucking bed in Virginia. God Christ, all of you. Fuck. Hopeless. Stupidity knows no bounds. It really doesn't.
Stupidity knows no bounds. Okay.
And I bet all of you are harassing Josh about me being in Casper when I'm not there because you fucking losers have nothing better to do. And if you were such good stalkers, you would know I wasn't fucking there.
117.48 is our goal right now.
But your brain doesn't let you use its capacity to its fullest, and I feel so bad for you, so. Fucking Christ. Because I guess I need to reiterate one more time. Why the fuck, when I'm in Casper and you people are trying to stalk my every fucking move, why would I post the pictures that I took then while I'm there? I'm posting them now because I fucking...
She's talking with her teeth clenched. It's so stupid. It's so performative. Yeah, we're so scared of you. You're vicious.
Like it, and I need to clean my phone off. Get the fuck over your goddamn assumptions. Figure it the fuck out. It's not that fucking hard to do if you had half a brain.
Tupac back.
Let me just slam my head in the...
Yikes, bald and his mom didn't flip him over enough. Look at this split in his skull. Is that what that means? His mom didn't flip him over enough.
Simba!
What is this?
All right, someone settle this for me right now. Quesadilla is supposed to be one tortilla with cheese flipped over. You don't do two.
What? What does that mean?
That's like a...
You don't flip it twice?
Tostada type or Mexican pizza Taco Bell type thing. I don't know what that is.
No. So like when I think of quesadilla, I think flour tortilla that's folded and has like beans and cheese in it and other stuff sometimes like chicken or whatever, ground beef. And then I think tostada, I think of a flat corn tortilla with like stuff on top of it. Does anyone else agree with what I just said? If anyone else who knows anything about Mexican food, those two things are very different, and I think I explained them correctly.
A quesadilla is one tortilla. Oh, it kind of rhymes.
It's a folded flour tortilla.
Hello, look at that. Can we just be grateful that someone makes you food on a daily basis? Like, I would be so grateful if someone could do that for me.
I used to make quesadillas by taking a big flour tortilla and putting all the fillings on one side and then folding it over and then grilling it on one side and then grilling it on the other side, and then it would be done. That's how I would make it.
But let me know in the comments. Thank you.
Oh my God. What are you talking about? Everyone is so grateful for now. Everyone loves now. Everyone's so grateful for now. Let's watch another compilation. What was that? Hold on. We have to see the first thing that she's not crazy. She was abused. She's not stupid. She was manipulated. She's not shy. She's protecting herself. Oh my God. The victim complex that we were talking about, which by the way, we will be exploring in our Patreon private show on Friday. Who is worse? Shani versus Naked and Laughing edition. We will be voting on these 5 measurements here. It might be something worth checking out. We are going to do a deep dive into this shit.
I'm not allowed to post I can't believe I'm not allowed to post month-old fucking pictures from when I was in another state to when I'm now back safely in another state. I can't post the pictures. Oh no, I should have posted them when I was in Casper to fucking out myself and put myself in harm's way from fucking psychotic.
What is she talking about?
Deranged fucking stalkers, lunatics, sociopaths. So now that I'm safely back home, heaven forbid if I want to post fucking pictures.
She knows.
From my fucking trip, because I must be goddamn in fucking Casper, Wyoming.
She knows because she knew when she started dating King Cobra that everything she did was being watched, and she loves the attention.
You people need fucking help. I miss the days when people would think for themselves, use logic, common sense. My mind is blown. Yes, everyone, I'm in Casper, Wyoming, yes. I never left. I'm still there. I'm just going to start lying to you guys because you eat it up and believe every second of it. My life is not yours. I can post pictures from 5 years ago if I wanted. Heaven forbid. Oh, I didn't post them when you wanted me to? Aw. Kiss my ass.
Huh? Ah. Kiss my Asperger's. Oh shit. Posting all the what's happening here? Never left. There's the ring. The fuck. She loves the attention. It doesn't matter if it's hate or admiration. Okay. Yeah, I think this might have been before she went looking for the cat. Because it's the same area back there with the fucking containers and shit. Wow. God, what a horror show, right? Whew, yeah, Jared versus Nal is a tough one too. Shani versus Nal is a tough one too. Nal is a good kind of she's pretty versatile, I guess, is what I'm trying to say. I think versatile is the right word. So I'm going to take a quick break just for a few minutes here. I'll be right back. I'll see you guys in just a moment here. All right, back again. The Chris of the Chans. That is such a catchy tune, though. I am a big fan of that shit. Hell, cut it down. The dimensions have merged. And here we are, back again. Oh, God damn it. I have I'm making coffee now. And all my coffee is whole beans, so I have to grind it. Like I went up there and there was already like an old coffee filter full of like old coffee grounds from yesterday in it. So I had to throw that away, but then I realized there was no because it's garbage day and there wasn't any garbage bag in the garbage can, so I had to pull that out first, put that in the garbage can, dump out the old one, open the bag with the coffee beans in it, pour it into the grinder, grind it. And I tried to, like, I'm not like the best at multitasking. I was trying to grind the beans with one hand while filling up the coffee pot with water at the same time. Kind of did that, and then here I am. And I got this sparkling water. The can is damaged. I'm here. Y'all over there. But yes. Yeah. Just trying to reach the goal. If you just tuned in, thank you for being here. On my way to reaching the goal. And by the way, if you're in the Discord and you want any content played right now, put it in the content section right now. I see Seth drop something in there recently, so we'll check that out. I don't have any buds, by the way. I wish I had buds, but question to anyone out there who both smokes bud and vapes. Do you notice that through vaping, you know, like I do with a vape cart, you don't get the munchies like you do with real weed? Does anyone else notice that? When I vape, which is what I probably do mostly, I don't get the weird munchies. But if I'm smoking actual bud, it gives me the munchies. And I don't know why it does that. I don't know what's different about, you know, what I'm ingesting. It is very different because one's like synthesized. I get the munchies when I smoke real bud. Like I want to fucking eat like a 3-course meal. Edibles is what really, really gives me the munchies. And you know another thing I noticed? I don't normally have a blood pressure issue. My blood pressure is usually pretty normal. But when I do edibles, it raises my blood pressure. And there was one day where I did a whole bunch of edibles and went to the doctor's office and they're like, wow, your blood pressure is pretty high. I was like, really? It's never been high before. And they're like, well, what were you doing? And I'm always honest about it. I was like, yeah, I did edibles last night. And they're like, well, you should probably test it again, you know, tomorrow or the day after. But yeah, edibles really raised my blood pressure and give me the worst munchies too. Yeah. Oh yes, it's definitely a completely different feeling. Why don't you dust your brain out? I made it with mids, which is normally what you should make edibles with. You don't want to use the best of the best weed. I think it was called Strawberry Pie. I think was the strain name. It was recommended for baking. Anyone heard of a strain called Strawberry Pie? I used to pay attention to strain names, and now I don't give a shit. I couldn't even tell you what these strains that I have right now are. Strange Allure. Mafia Funeral and Tropicana Banana. Oh, God. Those are some busy names. Tropamana Manama Nama. Yes, I go by looking, not like the name of it. And I've found that strain names differ from region to region. There was like no one really gave it names. There was like the shit weed that came in bricks, probably smuggled in from Mexico. And then there was like the good shit that someone grew like in their basement. Maybe some shit that came in through Canada. Let's switch up some stuff here.
Better not reach the goal, boy.
I want to reach it, and now we're at least like within $100 away from it. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. And you've been around forever. I really appreciate you sticking around and watching the streams and everything. The Robot Chicken MLP. I think, didn't you compete in DP Idol once or twice? I think I remember you, like, seeing what you look like. Pretty sure I remember. I'm trying to drink some sparkling water. Yeah, I remember you. Those were fun. Maybe we'll do another one. The thing is, for that, you really got to give people some time to record their performance and everything. What do we got here? So, I'm not going to... I'll watch Joseph Alexander Simpson's video while he's on because he became a $100 patron, so he's going to be on before the end of this month. I'll be in contact with him in the next few days. We had some pretty good singers that I don't even know would even be around now. We had Abominable Tramp, who I haven't seen in forever. And we had that other guy, the guy who could do impersonations really well. I can't remember his name right now. Oh my God, no way. It's almost like I'd rather not have the flavor. Like, this is grape flavor. And it's almost like I'd rather it just be carbonated water without the, like, weird tinge of flavor in it. Is that weird? I drank the, what's it called? Like, Liquid Death. I hate how expensive that shit is just because it has a cool name and has, like, a cool logo on it. I've drank it once, and I'm like, yeah, it's good, but is it worth, like, what it costs for water? Like, I don't think so. Just because it has a cool name. Liquid Death, it's literally water. It's one of the more healthy drinks you can drink, even if it's carbonated. I don't know. When I first heard about it, I thought it was like either coffee or like a type of beer or something. Who did you lose to, Robot Chicken? Was it Ruby Jewels? Who was it? I don't even remember. Those were so long ago. It'd be cool to go back and watch them. Those are still on Patreon. For any of the patrons who want to go back and relive. I think we did 3 of them, maybe. I don't know. We had some good ones. We had Matt Jarjosa did a complete video remake of Money for Nothing by Dire Straits. The whole video with the, you know, like crude CGI and everything. Well, there was Ruby Jewels who won DP Idol one year. Ruby Jewels is a madman who has a lifetime ban from the Discord. That's all I'll say about him. He didn't do nothing? No, he did something. I gave him multiple second chances. And I'm like, you're not going to do what I think you're going to do, right? He's like, no, don't worry about it. And then, like, he would just do it again. And I'm like, all right, well, maybe I was too hard on the little scamp, Ruby Jewels. And then I'd be like, all right, well, you're not going to do this, right? And then he'd do it. Or, well, he'd be like, no, don't worry about it. I'm all good. And then he'd just do it like the next day. And I'm like, what are you doing? You said you were going to do that. He's like, fuck you. I'm not going to. He would just be like insane the next time. He'd be totally reasonable the one time I talked to him. Then the next time he'd be like all crazy, like, fuck you. You're not bullying me. Like, what? Okay. Okay, buddy. Shit. I have steam left in me to get these last $98. Is it drugs or is he just, because I've done drugs and I don't think I'm that crazy. And I'm older than him. Chances are I've done more. I don't know what he was doing though. I guess that's part of it. Was he doing Duster? Oh God. God, this tea is so hot. It is literally afternoon DP here, and I've been streaming for over 3 hours. Finally, it's afternoon here. I started afternoon Eastern time. It's funny when the bots just decide to leave. Like, what the fuck? All right. Let's watch this collection of videos. It's pro wrestlers on Arsenio Hall.
All is not well for the champ, though. He is presently having his battles with Hulk Hogan. They're very, very angry at each other. Sandy? They'll settle it all in WrestleMania 5, April 2nd. Please welcome the Macho Man, Randy Savage.
He threw confetti.
Would you say that was a discouraging word? Bad start. I'm gonna sit down right here real slow. Yeah. Isn't it great we didn't wear the same outfit? Yeah. I'm not a rabbit.
Love the belt.
Love the belt. I do too. Did you see it right there, Morgan? Yeah. Unbelievable, yeah. Who's this guy?
You won that belt from Ted DiBiase.
The $1 Million Man.
What do you think of him?
I think that he's...
This was in an era where when wrestlers were being interviewed, they pretended like what they did was real, like authentic. Like it wasn't acting, is what I mean. So he's playing the character.
Never short of cash, that's good,
He's my favorite wrestler ever.
That's one good thing I can say about him, yeah. But when competition happens and a 1, 2, 3 happens, you got a challenger and you got a champion. And who's the champion, Morgan?
I got a feeling it's you.
Yes. Good answer.
Morgan Fairchild.
Good answer. Come on down, yeah.
Can we talk about the Hulkster?
Oh, yeah, go ahead, yeah. It hurts, but go ahead, yeah. Go ahead.
You know, I've been watching. I'm a fan, and what's the problem? Is it all about Elizabeth? Is that what this thing is all about?
Well, Miss Elizabeth is a focus of attention there, being my manager for a long period of time. And then...
I love how the people in the audience are laughing their asses off at him.
Wow, yeah, that's what it's all about. Miss Elizabeth, yeah.
Okay, let me ask you a question. Is she more than a manager to you? Because you can replace managers, man. Is she a little more than that?
What are you trying to say? Read between the lines,
Well, at some point, had you gotten something, maybe?
You're talking about hanky-panky, aren't you? Wow, yeah, I'm thinking that maybe I should have. Maybe that's the problem. What do you think?
I don't know the lady.
Yeah. Don't know the lady, huh? Okay. It's a subject of attention for a lot of people, yeah. I'm talking like Miss Elizabeth will be in a neutral corner at WrestleMania 5. And when she's in that neutral corner at WrestleMania 5, she's going to see the difference between one man man and another man. Yeah. You can identify with that, can't you?
I can see where you're going with it here.
I'm coming and going, but it doesn't matter. It doesn't really matter.
We'll go and then we'll come. And
okay.
We'll be right back. I can't help but to look up and see Macho Man written everywhere. Why are you the Macho Man? There are a lot of big guys. What makes you any more macho than the next big guy?
One thing in particular, but everything in general, yeah. The World Wrestling Federation Championship belt, which I am pointing to right now. Morgan Fairchild, do you see that?
Hard to miss.
Ooh. That's right, it's hard to miss.
Yes. Mm-hmm. What's the difference in Macho Madness and Hulkamania?
Wow. Thought I heard a discouraging word out there. Well, Hulkamania doesn't measure up to Macho Madness, sad to say. You know, it would be like taking 1 grain of sand out of the Sahara Desert. It wouldn't matter. You know what I mean? Macho Madness is at the top of the mountain. Only one man can be the champion. Everybody else is potential challengers, yeah. And WrestleMania 5, I'm going against Hulk Hogan. And he is a former champion. One person likes Hulk Hogan, yeah.
This was not a scripted interview. See how quick he is? I love it. One person clapped, and he's like, one person likes Hulk Hogan.
Yeah. If I beat them all up, I won't be ready for Sunday.
What's been your toughest challenge?
Toughest challenge? You know, I think my toughest challenge, past, present, and future, is coming up at WrestleMania 5. I'll give the devil his dues. Yeah, Hulk Hogan has got the biggest arms in the world, yeah. But these arms aren't chopped liver. Somebody likes chopped liver out there. That's good. Yeah.
How about Andre the Giant? Much bigger man than you, but you defeated him. How did you manage that?
7'5" tall. 550 pounds, Arsenio. Oh, yeah. I won't touch you again, I promise you. I can see he doesn't like that, yeah.
No, you're just a very big man and you're somewhat intimidating. I just think you're going to snap or something, you know. Have a flashback and think I'm Coco Beware or something like that.
Well, I'll guarantee you one thing. I'm 6 days away from snapping, you know. I would like to say right now that the World Wrestling Federation Championship belt is on the line, and I've gone through Andre the Giant. I've gone through all the top contenders that Hulk Hogan has faced. Hulk Hogan has said that he's the greatest champion past, present, and future. Wow. That's really something, Hulk Hogan, because when I beat you on Super Sunday, the World Series and the Super Bowl all combined into one, Morgan Fairchild. Just relax. Don't go crazy on me right now, yeah. Then. After Sunday, only one man can leave with the championship belt. Guess who that's going to be?
Well, okay.
Who? Guess who that's going to be?
I guess Macho while you're here. You know?
This guy's an honest guy. Yeah. Well, I'll tell you, Pete Rose is betting on me.
Wow.
Now, if you win, do you get your manager / friend back?
Ooh, well, yeah. Well, I figure when she sees the difference right there at ringside, where Macho Madness is up here and Hulkamania's way down there, yeah, that she'll just walk right down the aisle with me. But I don't think things will ever be the same, you know, because...
Do you want her back, man? Do you want a woman who's fickle and jumps back and forth between two men? Do you even want this girl back?
I want everything.
Yes!
I want...
Oh, my God, yes. Thank you so much. 8:52, now less than 50 away. Thank you so much.
Oh, yeah. If Eddie Murphy was doing to you what Hulk Hogan's doing to me, you'd want everything too.
Yeah, we would have to fight.
You would have to fight Eddie Murphy, yeah.
Over a woman that looked like Elizabeth? Yeah.
Yeah, you better not be fighting over Miss Elizabeth. Yeah.
You better not be fighting over Miss Elizabeth.
Another woman.
Another woman.
Vanity or somebody.
Vanity? I don't know her. Yeah.
You're the only one that doesn't. He said it's a joke, but shut up.
You on my side, aren't you?
Yes, sir.
All right.
How about it for the Macho Man?
Yeah, he's my favorite ever. Like, absolute legend. Crazy athletic. Could do things that most men of his size at the time couldn't do. He was like a medium-sized wrestler at the time. Like Hulk Hogan was way bigger than Macho Man, like taller and just cute, like more jacked. You can't play this footage, homie. I got this from a channel that up. Okay, here we go. Oh my God, Ted DiBiase and his manservant Virgil on Arsenio Hall.
I should have been out here about 30 minutes ago, and since I wasn't, I think you owe me a little money.
People say now that this character that Ted DiBiase played back in the 80s and 90s was actually Vince McMahon. It's like a Vince McMahon self-insert where this is how Vince McMahon would have behaved if he was a wrestler.
Virgil?
Wait, chill. Wait.
And by the way, Virgil, so the $1 Million Man Ted DiBiase had a servant named Virgil, bodyguard that they called him. A black guy named Virgil. And in reality, Dusty Rhodes was the head booker over at the competition, and his real name was Virgil Runnels. And the joke in the industry was like that Dusty Rhodes kind of spoke with almost kind of like an African-American accent. So they hired a black guy and named him Virgil to be the $1 Million Man's bodyguard. So they hired a black guy that they named Virgil to be the bodyguard / servant of the self-insert Vince McMahon character.
Yeah, I got the money. Hey, okay. It was a joke. Here, take your money, man. I told you I couldn't be bought. Sit, my man. Virgil, this is Robert Loggia, Ted DiBiase,
Nice to meet you.
and his son Ben Johnson. I'm a comedian, man. I guess y'all don't have TV. Could I ask you a question? On the clip, you stuck money in the man's mouth after you...
Yeah, when Ted DiBiase used a sleeper hold to win his matches, so he'd choke the guy to sleep, and then he would pull money out of his pocket and stuff it in the guy's mouth while he was passed out from getting choked out, which is weird. But I remember it back in the day.
Beat him up. What is that?
Ted DiBiase did the best heel prank ever, because Ted DiBiase was a true heel, like an evil heel. He brought this little kid out of the crowd, probably 10 years old, and told him if he could dribble this basketball 10 times, he'd give him $100 or something like that. And as soon as the kid passed 9, Ted DiBiase kicked the basketball. It was like, oh, looks like you lose. And the little kid started crying and everything. And I heard in real life they ended up giving the family like $300 or something like that behind the scenes. But it was like the most evil thing you could ever see somebody do. It was terrible.
Represent.
That's kind of like the cowboy that brands his cow. It's kind of like my little trademark. I beat the man, I humiliate him, and I stuff him.
Cultaholic Wrestling Channel on YouTube has a 5-part series on the history of WWE wrestling in 80-90s.
Yeah.
Worth a watch if you have not seen it. No copyright clips in it.
Why do you do it? You had all this money. Why do you still wrestle? So you got scars on your head, man, from where you've been.
Yeah, he's got the blade scars that I pointed out earlier, and we were talking about Abdullah the Butcher earlier.
Like, either fighting or...
How Jesse Ventura had the blade scars. He doesn't have his... His aren't as bad as a lot of the
Kissing
other
Virgil
guys.
or... Hey, okay, wait,
Oh, shit.
It's a joke. It's a joke. I don't mean no harm, man. I'm just a comedian.
The reason that I continue to wrestle is because in addition to being the wealthiest man in my profession, and probably one of the wealthiest men in the world, I am without a doubt the most talented wrestler in the wrestling profession today, and I get a big kick out of going all over the country and continuing to show people that I am the best.
Okay, now you're the best, but you don't hold the belt. Doesn't that mean somebody else is the best? Virgil, I'm just asking questions, man.
Everything comes in.
Eventually, Virgil turned on DiBiase because that kind of shit always happens in wrestling.
Due time, and I always get what I want. Ultimately, I always get what I want, and I always get my way, and eventually, I'll have it all. I have all the money in the world.
Okay, let's talk about...
In reality, he was probably making like $50,000 to $100,000 a year, I would think at this point. I don't know. He did do some main events though as the heel. I don't know. Hogan was making all the money at this point, like most of the money at this point.
Hercules.
Hogan and Vince McMahon were together making the majority of the money. Vince McMahon making most of it. And then Hogan as the performer, the top paid performer. But then I would guess the top heel might be making the second most. I don't know. I would think whoever's like wrestling against Hogan back then is making the second most money as a performer.
Yeah, you all watch. Tell me about Hercules as an athlete.
Hercules is a very fine athlete. That's why I looked at him to begin with. I thought he was a very fine physical specimen.
Could you ask him to stop looking at me like that? He makes me very nervous, man.
Virgil keeps an eye on everybody that I talk to.
He not watching Robert.
Robert's not talking to me. You are. Hercules, I bought him from Bobby Heenan. I bought him lock, stock, and barrel.
Wait, you bought
I bought him. Yes, I buy anything I want. And anybody.
You can't buy people, man. How about the 14th Amendment? You can't buy people.
Ha! Whoa. Okay, I didn't know we were going there. The 14th Amendment? Oh my God. Wow. They are going there. They're about to like say Ted DiBiase's a slave owner right now, aren't they? Whew. Okay.
I buy anything or anybody, and I always have, and I always will. Hercules, I bought. I paid for him.
They're booing him now. That's what he wants, though. He basically just said he buys people, and then he's got Virgil sitting next to him.
Made the biggest mistake of his life, but not by not becoming subservient to me. If he'd have done that, then his career would have been set.
The guy on the far left looks like he doesn't have enough room to sit down. He looks rather scrunched in there on that couch.
In essence, he would have been my slave, but...
Oh my God. I haven't watched this whole interview here, but that's insane. To do that to say that on Arsenio Hall is so crazy.
That's the way it is.
So where is Hercules right now?
Hercules is getting ready.
But the guy he's talking about is a white guy, Hercules Hernandez. Well, I guess he's like a Hispanic guy. Hercules Hernandez.
To face me Friday night.
So I guess that makes it okay.
Televised event in Milwaukee, the Bradley Center on NBC network station. It's a night that I'm going to put this man in his place. You see, Hulk Hogan, Randy, Macho Man, Savage, and Hercules, as far as I'm concerned, you can put them all in the same pot. They're great big muscled up hunks of flesh with a cumulative IQ of about 10. And that's where I stand above everybody. In addition to being a very fine conditioned athlete, I'm a very smart athlete.
If you are the tough man that you say you are, why do you need my man here?
Virgil is always at hand to do all of the things that I no longer have time to do. He takes care of, he takes care of people.
Ted DiBiase is like a Christian minister now.
People that hound me. I mean, I'm a very wealthy man. People like to get close to me. They want to touch me. They want to shake my hand. They come around looking for handouts, and I don't want to be bothered.
Virgil.
And then every now and then, because of my personality, which not too many people like, and I really don't care, they want to get a little more aggressive. And when Virgil's standing by, they change your mind real quick.
Virgil, you sang with the Pips at one time, didn't you? You just look like somebody I saw with Gladys Knight in Vegas. I'm sorry. Okay, no, it's a joke, man. It's a joke. I'm trying to make you smile, man. You don't look happy. Forget it.
I snap my fingers. Virgil will be smiling. He'll be very happy, and you won't be very happy at all.
Okay, well, let's not. Don't play no music. Don't snap no fingers. Let's just relax. Where do you live now? Where do you reside?
I have several homes. I have a home presently in the Netherlands, Antilles. I have a home.
You all live together?
In Bel Air, California. He's wherever I am. Whenever I want him to be there.
They're all like, oh, they gay, y'all.
You have a wife? Are you married? Kids?
No, I'm not.
Now they're laughing. Yep, definitely gay.
I saw you do something, man. This is weird. I saw you do something on TV one time where a little boy was bouncing a ball.
Yep. See, they're going to talk about the basketball thing. It drew so much heat.
You told him if he bounced it a certain amount of times, you give him $100. And when he was supposed to do it 15 times, when he got to 14, you kicked the ball.
I wouldn't do that.
You did that, man. You dirty.
I gave this kid an opportunity to make a quick buck. I mean, it was obvious to me that he needed the money by the way he was dressed and the way his family was dressed. And I told him if he could bounce the ball 15 times without missing, I'd give him the money. Well, he bounced the ball 14 times and he missed, and he had to learn a very hard lesson at a very young age. When you don't get the job done, you don't get paid. It's very simple.
Yeah?
Everything, everybody's got a price. I live by it and it works.
Speaking of getting paid, where did you get all your money from?
That's for me to know and everybody else to wonder about. The fact is that I have it.
He didn't actually have it. The funny thing is that this was the era where they were trying to protect the secrecy of kayfabe. So Ted DiBiase, because he was supposed to live the life of the $1 Million Man in public, got the private jets and the nice hotel rooms and the nice suits and all that shit bought for him because that was the character he was given, which is kind of a bonus. Meanwhile, other wrestlers are like driving to the next town, he's being flown because why would the $1 Million Man drive himself to the next town?
The other reason that I want to stay in and around the profession that I'm in is that my peers, they look at me, unlike them who have to keep going on and on and on, I can quit at any time. I can hang it up, I can walk away, and that has a tendency to get under their skin, and I get a kick out of it. You might say I get a kick out of humiliating people, yeah.
You have a girlfriend?
Plenty.
Now, somebody said, Virgil, it was not me. Why you look at me, man? Somebody else said it. Virgil, what's your last name? Why doesn't he talk much?
Virgil does what I tell him to do when I tell him to do it. And seeing as how I'm paying him and you're not, he's not talking to you.
Would you ask him to say hello to the people at home?
No.
Okay. How much does Virgil get paid?
That's my business.
What's the difference in him and Hernandez, who you bought?
The difference between Virgil here and Hercules is that Virgil is smart enough to realize where his bread is buttered. I pay him an enormous amount of money to be my valet, to be my bodyguard, whereas Hercules was bought to be my slave and just do whatever I tell him to do. It was just a flat price. I didn't pay Hercules, I paid Bobby Heenan.
Very quickly, I got to go to commercial. But what do you think of Andre the Giant?
He's a very, very fine athlete. Very big man. He's worked for me, too.
He's worked for you?
Oh, yes. Yeah, a year ago, he beat Hulk Hogan on a nationally televised event in Indianapolis.
He cheated, though.
Hey, they don't say how or who. They just, who got it done. Who got his hand raised. He did. He won the match. For me. Gave me the belt.
Thanks for being here. Let's hiss into commercial. We'll be back with Freddie Jackson. Thank you.
Virgil, play my song. You know the song, Money?
Sure. Money?
I thought they were going to play Pink Floyd Money.
Together they're known as the Twin Towers. Here they're celebrating a victory. In this clip, I want you to check this out.
They had to cut out the WWE clips.
Escorted by their manager, Slick. Ladies and gentlemen, the Twin Towers.
Hakeem, another, you know what? Hakeem, the African Dream, another dig at Dusty Rhodes. So Virgil was a dig at Dusty Rhodes. And then Hakeem, because Dusty Rhodes was known as the American Dream. So they took a big fat guy, a big fat white guy, and made him dress like he thought he was African and called him Hakeem the African Dream. Yep. And he's doing like Dusty used to do these kind of like dances like this. So they have him, both of those characters, Virgil and Hakeem the African Dream, are both ribs on Dusty Rhodes. Those guys were huge, though. The Twin Towers, Big Boss Man, and Hakeem. Who, by the way, Hakeem used to be the one-man gang, which was a way better character than Hakeem the African Dream.
Okay. Just relax, man. Just relax. Relax. Man. Sit down, man. Now, let me start down here and work my way this way. The gentleman on the end, Hakeem. Hakeem is your creation. My creation, brother. Okay, now, he just said right on. When he came out, he shook my hand like this and did some things I haven't even seen in the ghetto yet. Okay? Where's he from? The deepest, darkest Africa, brother.
Oh my God.
That's right, homie.
It's so awkward.
He live. He's a real brother. He's not a counterfeit. Yeah. Like that Coco Beware or somebody like that. It's a real brother right here. So you are a black man from Africa. Didn't the doctor just say that? I came all the way from Africa. The brother, he introduced me into the way here. Look at my clothes. I know you're jealous of them. I know you want to go buy some.
Oh my God. You know, I was like 9 years old when this shit was going on. So I didn't really understand why this would be offensive at the time. It's so cringe to watch now. Why didn't they just keep him the one-man gang? It's because Vince McMahon is a psycho. And he ruined a perfectly good wrestler and a perfectly good character to rib at someone who was working for the competition at the time, who ended up working for him later. And by the way, Dusty Rhodes' son is, I believe, still the champion of WWE, right? So that's something. I don't follow wrestling these days, so I don't even know. But last time I checked, Cody Rhodes was the champ at WWE.
He's a real brother, you did? Okay. Hey. Now what you looking at right here? That's gonna be the first black heavyweight champion of the world.
That's right. Can't wait.
The first.
Yeah.
Let me speak to the big boss man for a minute.
Say what you gotta say.
So you got an attitude, man. I ain't even said nothing. You already got an attitude. Wait, okay, but it's cool. It's cool. It's cool.
All these people, man.
Just sit, man.
We're standing. Ask me what you gotta ask.
I'm going to the sports arena tonight to see Hulk Hogan. Will you be there?
Daggum right, boy.
Oh, God, he called him boy.
You gonna be there, right?
Hey, I gotta take it. He weighs 300 something.
That's exactly right. You got to take everything I say and take it to heart.
Now, are you wrestling?
He's got a Confederate flag. Well, I think it's actually the old Georgia flag on his arm there. Because his whole thing was he was from Cobb County, Georgia. I think that is actually Georgia's flag, but it looks a lot like a Confederate flag.
Tonight at the sports arena?
That's right. Me and my brother Akeem here are taking on Demolition.
Yeah.
We will be the tag team champions of the world tonight. You will witness it. All you people will witness it too. Got a problem, boy?
Hey, that's what we want, man. That's what we want. I want to hear the people say boo. Because we're not like Hulk Hogan and Brutus the Barber Beefcake who need the cheers of the people to be victorious, brother. We just bad. We'll take a commercial and come back with the bad ones in a minute.
Playing Sledgehammer.
I can see it now, brother. The big lights, the big screen, the Doctor Style had all this glory. Looking good. Wait, who named you the Doctor Style, though? Well, you know what, brother? My girlfriend took one look at me. She said she never saw a man with as much elegance. And I'm the Duke of Dignity, baby. The best dressed man in professional wrestling.
He was a great manager, a great heel manager.
You know that, boss. Okay, let me ask the best dressed man in professional wrestling how he felt. Say it again. The best dressed man in professional wrestling. How did you feel? And how did Akeem feel when Hulk Hogan was whipping his ass? Just a question. We'll sit him down first. Mr. Boss Man, please.
You're lucky this is your show.
Hey, brother. Hey, he don't attack till I say sick him. Well, it looked like he was attacking, man. No, he ain't gonna attack, man. No, I'm still the one paying the bills.
Slick is actually pretty tall, too. Like, he's almost as tall as Big Boss Man.
I'm in charge, boss. You can sit down. Okay. Sit down, boss. Sit down. It's all right. But his name Hulk Hogan upsets him. And I'm gonna tell you why. Sit down, I want to tell you why. Hulk Hogan is a hypocrite. Yeah. He's a hypocrite. Okay. Now I wish we had a part of Saturday Night Main Event.
So when I Google Arsenio Hall's height, it says he's 5'11".
This man should be the world heavyweight champion. He had Hulk Hogan beat and laying on the floor. Wait, they were up on the top of the fence. I saw it. And they both came tumbling down. No, this was before that, brother. This was when he beat the dog out of him. Yeah. When I threw the chain in. Well, see, that's not legal. Wait a minute, brother. That's not legal. If he's that good, you don't have to cheat, man. Wait. Let me troublemaker, man. You're a troublemaker. I'm asking questions again. You don't want I'm asking questions, okay? You're not a real brother either. Hey, man, I'm asking questions. That's why I had to find me a real brother. See, now let's tell you like this. In a cage match, brother, there's no disqualification. That's what people don't understand, and they think I'm riding. But brother, I'm smart. I was fair in love and war. There's no disqualification. I could throw a 357 in there if I could have found one, brother.
It's not fair, man. You can't throw a gun into the ring. You can't throw a chain into the ring.
Who are you, man? Are you working for the WWF or what, man?
I saw wrestling all my life. I've watched, you know, and
standing on the outside looking in, brother.
Exactly.
Right. Let me tell you how it was.
If they're that good, why do they have to resort to those tactics? Why can't they fight without handcuffs and chains and sticks?
You know why?
First of all, boy.
Nope. Just shut your mouth out there.
First of all, I beat everybody I wrestle by myself with my hands. The afterbirth is the way it is. It's just punishment. And I teach them with respect for the law. That's all it is.
See, homeboy,
the way I feel.
We used to do it for the money till we got rich. Now we just do it because we like to beat people up.
I'll see you all tonight at the sports arena.
You might.
I'll be there. I'll be there.
Ooh, grape nuts.
Well, Monday night, Cyndi Lauper, Alexandra Penny, she wrote a book called How to Keep Your Man Monogamous. So don't miss it. It should be interesting. That's all right. That's enough. Oh, the call is on, too. It's going to be a good Monday night. You ready for this? My next guest manages two, not one, but two of the baddest World Wrestling Federation
superstars, wrestlers,
nasty men. Randy Macho Man Savage.
Oh, is it Sensational Sherry?
And Zeus.
It's Sensational Sherry. So
please welcome Sensational Sherry.
She was great too. See how she's bigger than Arsenio?
Okay. You're a manager right to the end.
You're right. From one end of my body to the other.
Okay, Sherry, let's talk wrestling. Now, you were the female champion.
I certainly was.
And you're no longer wrestling?
When I get the chance. I was expecting that was your sweetest.
Guys.
You get nervous when people
Yes, I do. I get very nervous.
You shy. Sweating.
Yeah.
Makeup.
How do you stack up to, like, a manager such as the lovely Elizabeth?
Oh, no.
It's a very dirty word, Arsenio.
Well, I just have to ask the question.
Let me ask you. Okay, folks, look at this. I have the body of a Greek goddess. What are you laughing about? What is this?
It's my audience, and this is America. They have an opinion.
Okay, that's your own opinion. Okay. The difference between Elizabeth and myself is I am woman from the top of my head to the bottom of my toes. Wait a minute. I don't have roving eyes, except for the Macho Man from the top of his head to the bottom of his toes.
Okay, no, okay.
Wait a minute, I'm not finished yet.
I'll let you go.
But see, I only need one man. That's all I need. The Macho Man does everything that I need. I don't need two or three, like bimbo, champagne.
So you're involved with the
Elizabeth.
Macho Man personally out of the ring?
I didn't say that.
Well, you said, now wait a minute. You can't, when you say I only need one man, since you do also manage Zeus, that's two men, so you must be talking about your personal life.
No, I'm not. You said that. I didn't.
Well, wait a minute. Macho Man, Zeus, that's two men.
That's a This is America, so everybody gets their opinion. Yes, I managed two men.
Uh-huh.
That's right.
And you're trying to say you and Macho Man never did the wild thing?
That's
Okay.
not that that's any of your business.
Well, I got to ask the question, Sarah. That's my job.
Okay, go ahead. Ask your question.
Okay. I should also ask you about the rumor that one of the reasons you don't like Hulk is you approached him not only as a woman, but you approached him to manage him, and he rejected you.
Wait a minute. Let's get one thing. You, if I'm not mistaken, we're at the last Los Angeles show.
Oh, I don't miss a wrestling match.
Yeah. Okay. Well, then look at this. That's one big starting point, right? Okay. Other than the fact of being that you're a very good-looking man, and that you never miss a wrestling show. You saw Hulk Hogan put his hands on my person.
Yes.
And would you like for me to tell you why? You have everything that you're talking about misconstrued.
Mm-hmm.
Hulk Hogan wants me. He wants me to manage him.
Mm-hmm.
The reason...
She's not as good of a personality. She was a really good wrestler. Like most of the male wrestlers would say, like she was the best woman wrestler of her era.
That he put his hands on me is because he wants everything that the Macho Man has. He is so very jealous of Macho Man. It is pathetic. And he wants everything that everyone else has too, darling. He's a very greedy man. That's why he has Elizabeth. Do I not have good taste? He wants everything the Macho Man has.
Okay.
But there's something that Hulk Hogan will never have.
What?
Me.
You know,
And
wait.
he is nothing but a paper champion.
Mm.
And that is going to be proven very shortly at SummerSlam.
Baby, I saw Hulk Hogan at the sports arena here lift you up, slam you down on his knee, body slam you.
Yeah, they used to have men like beat up the women in wrestling. They don't do that anymore. But yeah, Hulk Hogan would get cheered because he'd beat her up because she was bad.
So you're over the ropes, into the table, your head hit the bell. Okay. Okay. And let me ask you. And you know what?
I hear him.
Wait.
I hear the madness. He's here.
Oh,
I hear
God.
him. And you what? I hear him. Macho! Where are you? I hear him. Can't you hear
Is she
him?
schizo?
Here.
Does he come out? Oh, that was really cringy. Oh no, it's Zeus.
Yeah.
Zeus comes out.
Marla, can we look at a clip of Zeus for those who aren't big wrestling fans? Let's see this clip, Sandy.
So they can't show the clip on YouTube.
Yeah.
He does come out though, I
Bring
saw
out the
him.
Man Mountain, her Man Mountain, Zeus.
Oh, yeah!
Tiny Lister, that was his name. He was an actor, he was in Friday. Look at him. He acted like he was always like angry, like he was seething with anger constantly. Yep. He mad.
Could I ask him a couple questions?
Maybe. I'll put it this way. Ask him at your
Your own risk.
Yeah.
Zeus.
Mr.
Mr. Zeus.
Mr. Zeus.
My brother.
He had a big unibrow.
You were in the movie, and now you've developed this. No Holds Barred is the name of the movie. You're in this movie with Hulk Hogan, and somehow you all haven't been getting along. What is the problem?
Your friend that you had on the show a month ago, my brother, is a paper champion.
Trouble.
He's a very insecure person. I am the real star of No Holds Barred. Zoom star. Yeah. Don't piss me off.
Don't piss me off.
Next question. August the 28th, SummerSlam. Your friend is gonna meet the Wrecking Machine, and nobody is gonna holler, cut.
Zeus,
Cunt?
you're a big man.
Mr. Zeus.
Mr. Zeus, you're a big man, but do you have the wrestling skills that it takes to handle a Hulk Hogan?
From Compton. I have a PhD in certain people.
Okay, that's cool. I accept that as an answer.
Sit down.
Let's get on a personal tip, more about Zeus the man. Did your parents name you Zeus? Were you Zeus from birth?
He actually is from Compton. I just looked it up.
Okay, wait. Okay. No, that's not a good question.
He's not gonna bite.
All right, I have to pee really bad. I'm going to go and do that, and I'll be right back. All right. Let's skip the Zeus sensational Sherry one. Who is this one? Roddy Piper. All right, this is a good one. This will be a good one.
People and white people. You never see a black man dressed like this, do you?
Oh my God. I love this.
Doing all right.
Roddy Piper would push kind of like
have the
weird.
balls to meet me in Hell in a Cell at SummerSlam, Ben.
Yes.
I will choke you in an adult diaper and make you wish that you never left that call center. I will make you smell what the Cobra is cooking.
The Cobra
Or food
is
hacking.
cooking. Yeah.
XOXO.
Thank you so much. And yeah, we're so close to the goal. If anyone wants to kick in the last like 30 some odd dollars, or it'll happen. I'm wearing tactical soap and waiting patiently.
There is another difference between black people and white people. You never see a black man dressed like this, do you? You gotta have a, that's how I learned how to survive. Would you like to have a seat?
Yeah, let's sit down.
Sit down, enjoy yourself.
You getting a lot of fights just because you wear kilts?
I fight for, do I get a lot of fights because I wear kilts?
Because I'm sure guys give you a hard time.
No. I can stand on Hollywood and Vine all night and not get in a fight. That's how tough I am, baby. Yeah, I tell you, I've been wearing a kilt since I've been 6 years old. I've been playing the bagpipe since I was 6 years old. And most folks, when I was young, they used to mess with me. But nobody messes with me too much anymore.
You know what's interesting about your career? There's been a subtle transition. At one time, people... Yeah, I mean...
Wait a second. Let me talk about your career. Talk about subtle transition.
They've heard about my career.
Let's talk about... No.
Subtle.
I saw are you at the YMCA? Now, this is a guy, he's out here cool, right? He's out here cool. He's talking about all this stuff. He's being real cool. You see, I'm at the YMCA hitting the heavy bag when you're playing basketball there, man. And you guys are playing basketball, and they start
You guys are playing basketball.
yelling at each other, and they start arguing with each other, and he starts becoming cool, man. And he sees the chick down there. He comes cool. He sits down and says, hi. He says, my name's Ars. How you doing?
His name is Arse?
That didn't get over with her at all, man. No, I tell you that. You're sitting there wearing them nice, tight, white things. Look like you're smuggling an olive, man. Oh, yeah. He's looking so cool. He's so cool up here, man. But you ought to see him on the basketball court. Yeah, survive. Oh.
Smuggling an olive.
You see, if you're me, you gotta wear one of these, honey.
Wait, now let's talk about your career.
Okay.
The transition I was speaking of is,
yes,
at one time, people hated you, and now you seem to be a good guy. People like you a lot more these days. Was it the movies? What was it? Did you lift your kilt at one point?
I don't know. Did they hate? Well, I'll tell you what happened, man.
I mean, you were aware that fans hated you.
Didn't you like me?
Well, I like the bad guy. I always pull for the bad guy.
I'll tell you, I've been a survivor. One time, I'll tell you real quick. One time I was in the garden, and in the same three seconds, man, I knocked out Mr. T, kicked Cyndi Lauper, and scared Dick Clark back to the dressing room, and the whole thing was a mistake. They thought I was the Gaddafi of professional wrestling. People got all down on my case. They said I was a nasty, no-good brute, and they said all kinds of nasty things about me, and so people started to dislike me there a little bit. And since then, I haven't changed anything. I fight. It's what I do for a living. I know I did a movie. I don't know if that changed anything.
They live.
It didn't change Rick Rude's opinion of you. He still thinks you're a bad guy. He doesn't like
that SOB. Let me tell you what I think of him, man. Old liver lips there. I tell you what he did. Liver lips there. He got lips on him like a catcher's mitt, man. This guy's supposed to be the sexiest guy of the WWF, right? The sexiest guy in all of WWF wrestling. He's a woman killer. How come I got 3 kids? He ain't got none, man. I don't understand this. Boo! What, you ain't got no kids either? You can't figure it out? I get you a kilt, man. I'll tell you what, I got them in the Survivor Series. I got Rick Rude in the Survivor Series. I got a couple guys to be called bushwhackers. I don't know.
They kiss each other on the head.
They keep licking me, man.
Yeah,
but that's okay, because they smell like sardines. In the morning, they drink a glass of warm milk with a human hair in it. They stink. They got another guy, Snooker. They got pull Snook out of a tree, but they're my boys. Yeah. Survival Series, when you're talking Survival Series, you're talking what you got basically is you got 4 guys against 4 guys. As soon as someone's pinned, thrown over the top, eliminated in any kind of way, then you got your 3 against your 4, your 2, and it could wind up, I'm looking to get rude, because what this guy did is he took alcohol and chucked it in my eyes, you see?
Wait, look at camera 3. Sandy, can you have camera 3? You look at camera 3, and you give Rude, not Rude's women, but Rude, a message. Tell him what you got to tell him.
I'll give him a message, baby. I'll tell you what, a message for Rude, baby. The only way you're going to avoid me is if you become roommates with Jim Baker, Bubba. That's the only way you're going to avoid me. We'll be back.
All right, more macho. This time he's the Macho King.
Yes. Woo! Shivers up and down my spine, loosey-goosey, but still hanging tough. I am the new kid on the block, yeah.
Oh my God, he made a New Kids on the Block reference. That really dates this.
Now, we were talking in a monologue about names. Macho Man Randy Savage became Macho King. How did that happen?
Yeah. Oh, somebody thinks it's a figment of my imagination. The World Wrestling Federation actually sanctions matches over the crown. Beat Hacksaw Jim Duggan. But that's okay, yeah. Because the fine line between reality and fantasy, who am I to say? Shake my hand one more time and watch your step. I am the Macho King.
Speaking of kings and champions, Mike Tyson.
Ooh, wow. Has he been in the news lately?
What happened? He was supposed to referee this match, and now I hear you having Buster Douglas do it?
Yes.
Ooh, this was shortly
somebody
after
knows
Tyson
Buster.
lost.
Mike Tyson got beat. He got... Yes. If he would have said that to begin with, everything would have been better, yeah. But Buster Douglas busted him back to earth in Tokyo, Japan in the Egg Dome, yeah. So you got another world boxing champion.
So
Can you handle it?
Not really. Let's
Not
take a
really.
commercial. We'll come right back.
I was in a state of shock myself. I can't handle it. Unbelievable wall to wall.
You know, when I look at your wardrobe, I can't help but to think, how do you dress like when you go to the mall?
Ooh. You mean shopping? Yeah.
I mean, or just to a restaurant. Do you go to McDonald's like this?
Man, you are asking unbelievable, intriguing questions. Yeah.
Okay. No, don't even answer that question because you might get irritated. Let's talk about Hulk Hogan.
Hulk Hogan, yeah. I'll talk about the Hulkster, yeah.
I want to know what the strategy is because in the past, the strategy hasn't worked as well as you might like it. I'm just...
Ain't no problem with that. See, that's why I'm the Macho King, because there are very few people walking around with undefeated records. Everybody has tasted defeat. Yes. Even you are still,
yes,
right?
I have. Yes, I have.
But you went back to the top of the mountain. But you gotta be ready when you fall, so keep them feet on the ground so it's not so far to fall.
Okay.
Is that hip?
Yeah,
That might be hip. Yeah.
Okay, that's it. I didn't mean to interrupt. I don't want to interrupt you.
It wasn't an interruption. It was more like you were, checking me out for a prenuptial agreement. But I know that's not possible. Is that true?
No, because you don't make that much money. Sit down.
That was a joke. He's telling another joke. Like
I'm a comedian. I'm just a comedian. Whack, whack. I'm just whack, whack. I'm just a comedian. Because I know, hey, you are the king.
I am the Macho King. And this, wait a minute. Okay. Hold on one second right there. You just, wait a minute. Where's my wallet?
Hi.
You stole my wallet.
You don't even have no pocket.
Where's my kick? Yeah. This Friday night in Motown, Detroit, Michigan, Motor City. With the mystique of Joe Louis Arena in the air, yeah. Buster Douglas, special referee. I will beat Hulk Hogan 1, 2, 3. You're talking to a guy who has been down, been on top, been down again, on top. Man, something's been happening with my career, yeah.
You know what your problem is?
What is it?
Your management. You used to have the beautiful Elizabeth in your corner. Now you got Sherry, and ever since you've had Sherry there have been some problems. Wouldn't you agree? Come on.
Too hot to handle and too cold to hold. I think you might be right, but Donald Trump's going through the same thing I am.
Wow, isn't that crazy? This is when Donald Trump was getting divorced for the first time. All the wrestlers knew Donald Trump because a lot of the early WrestleManias were held in like Trump branded venues.
Told them both I would say something to them. Hey, Marla. Hey, Ivana. Yeah!
Oh, God.
Macho King Randy Savage, you don't know who I'm gonna walk down that aisle with. Could possibly be, yeah.
We gotta take a commercial.
Paul Abdul! I want to say goodnight from the late night King Arsenio Hall. Oh, yeah!
Macho Man! Hotel accommodations arranged by Best Western, where you'll find more hotels, more hospitality, and more personality than anywhere. Best Western. Call toll-free for reservations.
Heidi Bohe and John Major are your hosts for a rapid-fire half-hour after hours, tonight featuring the typical California girl.
The greatest tradition in sports takes place this weekend, and I'm not talking about the Final Four in Denver. I'm talking about WrestleMania 6 in the Toronto Skydome. My next guest will be taking on Hulk Hogan.
Oh, God.
All the marbles. I want you to see this man in action.
Looking for usually Gino Bravo going up.
Yes, okay.
I hate how Ultimate Warrior has his hair stuck in his mouth for this entire interview.
Good to see you, man. Good to see you. Right on. Okay, hey, we're out of time. That's a joke, man. That's just a joke. Let me ask you a question. I missed wrestling like a few weeks. Hey, go hey. You have a short attention span. I missed wrestling for a few weeks. I thought you and Hulk were close. I thought you all worked together at one time, and now apparently you don't like each other anymore. Would you like to expound?
No thinking. I have no disrespect for Hulk Hogan. It has nothing to do with respecting Hulk Hogan. It has to do with what the Warriors and the Hulkamaniacs have already decided.
Look at him like, what? Yeah, Ultimate Warrior, like, he looked cool because he was so huge, but his character was very weird.
Hulk Hogan has been the greatest WWF champion there has ever been. But I, the Ultimate Warrior, have not yet been. Sunday, April 1st, as my warriors hang from the ceiling of the Sky Dome, and at my command, they make the sacrifice. Then I will begin my reign as the greatest WWF champion that ever lived.
Okay. Too much coffee, man. Come and sit. You are very anger.
No anger. I only live to do combat with those that are the greatest, and Hulk Hogan is the greatest.
Okay. Let me ask you a question. You're a very talented athlete, and you look huge next to me, but Hulk Hogan is a much larger man. How are you going to deal with him in the ring?
Everything about me is larger than life. Everything I have is big. Hulk Hogan! Hulk Hogan! You must deal with the power of the Warriors that flows through these veins! At WrestleMania 6, Hulk Hogan!
I've always wanted to ask you why you wear the war paint. Ultimate, or should I call you Ultimate or Warrior? How should I
Those that have made small sacrifices call me UW. But those that have made no sacrifices must call me the ultimate warrior.
Okay, and where does this come from?
This faceplate is for communication with the warriors. As I lock eyes with a warrior that has his face painted, and the outer edges of this faceplate interlock with each other, then I know that that warrior is ready to make that sacrifice so that I shall live.
I've really enjoyed talking to you, man.
I really enjoyed talking to you, man.
My next guest is one of the meanest, nastiest, low-down wrestlers in the WWF. These days, he's not getting along with Jake the Snake Roberts. And
Is it Bad News Brown?
Take a look at here to prove that.
Or is it Sergeant Slaughter?
Can we cut this part out right here? Bad News Brown.
Oh, I thought it was Bad News Brown. He's probably yelling at a fake person right there.
Did you? Yeah. Did you? I drove down here in my car, right? What is this? What the hell is this?
Let's talk about it. Let's talk about it. You come out here starting stuff already.
Hey, look, man, let me tell you something.
Why don't you have a seat first,
I drove down here from Harlem to this cesspool you call L.A.
Wait.
This place reminds me of Granola,
You drove from Harlem?
That's
you
right.
worse than I am.
That's right. I drove from Harlem. You know, this place reminds me of Granola. It's full of fruits, nuts, and flakes. And then I go back there, and what happened? What is this? You call this food?
What?
Man, that ain't food.
That's vegetables, man.
Man, that ain't food. That's rabbit
good
stuff.
for you, man.
I don't want to hear nothing. Let me tell you something.
All right. So, pretty soon gonna wrap up the stream. Wondering if there's gonna be one last tip train if anyone out there wants to help meet the rest of the goal. We're at $32.48. $32.48. Let me tell yeah, that's a common like wrestling, like let me tell you something. God, this is so long. There's one where he had Hogan on where Mike Tyson ended up being in the crowd. Here's Jake.
Right back.
Oh, Jake came out and scared Bad News Brown away with the snake.
Ultimate Warrior.
Here's Rick Rude. Love Rick Rude. And Bobby Heenan.
We're going to take it from him tomorrow night.
Like that. What I get the
Oh, here it is.
Pay attention.
Oh my God, that was
Pay attention, Arsenio. Little music. Arsenio Hall.
Oh my God. Yeah, he used to get the other people's faces like airbrushed on his tights. Rick Rude was one of my favorite wrestlers back in the day.
Housies on this bastard child. # let Ben rest.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it. I have behind the scenes work I need to accomplish today. But had to make this happen too.
Arsenio, talk. Talk, Arsenio. Let's get busy.
All right. This is when Hulk Hogan was so fucking huge. It was unbelievable. Like popularity and size. That guy's name is Roddy Hogan. This guy right here, you can look him up. Anytime Hulk was going somewhere, he was like there. He must have had a lot of money to travel to all these places. Because I saw him at a show in Toledo when I was a kid that Hogan was at.
Would you like to talk about that clip we just saw?
Well, sure, I would. Mike Tyson and I, we got something in common. You know, Mike and I talked about this thing, you know, and everybody's interested. What would happen if Mike Tyson and Hulk Hogan were to lock up? So what's going down at WrestleMania 7 is Hulk Hogan's going out to get the WWF title, Arsenio. And once I get the WWF title and Mike Tyson gets his shot back at his title, we're going to sit down and talk about this thing. It's going to be a lot different than when I got hold of old Rocky Balboa, picked him over my head, and threw him about 100 seats out in the bleachers. This thing with me and Tyson could get intense. And can you imagine? They could charge $20 million for each TV set because everybody would want to see who's the real champion of the world, Hulk Hogan or Mike Tyson.
Has there ever been a wrestler to fight a man?
I think Tyson is in the crowd for this. I believe so.
There's been several boxing wrestling matches, but never this. Yes, Ali did against a guy named Antonio Inoki.
That did happen. That was, some people call that the first MMA match.
And the wrestler just chased him all around the ring, and they were joking about it. But that's the difference. If me and Tyson got it on, we get real serious. Back there, we're friends. But when we got in the ring, you saw how Mike Tyson is. He's intense, brother. And with all my millions...
They did a stare down during this, and it was crazy.
Watching my back, I'd have to get real intense, too. You better believe it.
Mike Tyson would have knocked Hulk Hogan out like 30 seconds. Mike Tyson knocked out guys as big as Hogan that were pro boxers. Hogan wouldn't be able to do shit.
Wait a minute, I got something to say before we come out here. Something's been heavy on my mind. I got the red, white, and blue, man. I'm dressed like Desert Storm, and God bless America, man, because recently America's had to show what kind of muscle they've had, you know. And I got to say something. President Bush said something out here a few weeks ago, or maybe it wasn't a few weeks ago, a few days back, a few weeks back, whatever, that really turned me on. He said, hey, the troops are coming home, man. Everybody get all psyched. The troops are coming home. The war's over. And
Mike Tyson, this is what, like 1991 or whatever? So we're talking like Mike Tyson in his early 30s, I believe, or maybe even like late 20s. Eaten Hogan alive. Yes.
The war's over.
Hulk Hogan was a big, strong guy, but Mike Tyson knew how to actually fight. Hogan never had like a real, like, sanctioned fight. Who knows if Hogan fought like in his personal life?
It hit me really hard, brother, because
I don't know.
Still behind the lines.
Hogan would be stronger and be tougher than most people, but not Mike Tyson.
Still over there. All of our allied forces, all our friends, all the men and women that are still fighting over the Persian Gulf. The war's not over yet, brother, till each and every one of those dudes and women come home. And because of that, I got me a set of dog tags, man. These are symbolic, and these are for Arsenio Hall to wear, because until the war's over and until each and every one of those Hulkamaniacs comes back home, it's not over. Hey, man, put this on, too. This is our...
Yeah, I remember when this war was going on, the Gulf War, like the whole Kuwaiti thing that was going on. I remember that.
This right here.
And then, everyone jumped on the patriotism right away. It was kind of weird. I remember thinking it was weird.
This is Arsenio Hall's Beverly Hills Desert Storm attire, and he's going to keep wearing this stuff night and day until each and every one of those Americans comes back home, because the war is not over until all of our people get home and until I bust that Sergeant Slaughter up in WrestleMania 7.
Okay, then we got.
Yeah, this is when they took Sergeant Slaughter, whose whole shtick was he was the American hero, good guy wrestler, and they turned him into an Iraqi sympathizer. To be heel against Hulk Hogan, and at the time Slaughter got the actual title. Slaughter has the title here. Hogan ends up winning the title from Sergeant Slaughter at this event that they're promoting.
Talk about him. Let's take a commercial and come right back and talk about that Sergeant Slaughter. Where I'm from, it's all about respect. This thing must have bothered you a lot.
By the way, $17.48 before we finish the goal.
Well, it did, and it's like,
I've got a whole, really big following of little Hulkamaniacs, man, and the image of Hulkamania, the mystique of Hulkamania, what it stands for is impeccable. I'm just the man. I get as close to it as I can, man. I make mistakes sometimes, but this image of Hulkamania, of the training, the saying your prayers, eating your vitamins, and believing in yourself is impeccable. And there aren't that many role models or heroes in the world today that you can look up to. But this image of Hulk Hogan, man, Hulkamania is unbelievable. So when all these little kids see somebody like Sergeant Slaughter, who has a choice, do I want to wrestle as a good guy or bad guy, or what type of character do I want to be?
Oh, God, he's exposing the business right there.
And he decides to go that far to burn a poster of Hulk Hogan, a T-shirt or whatever. The little Hulksters, they look at this thing like he's burning the red, white, and blue, man, you know? And that's that same type of thing, you know? So now that Hulkamania's on a roll again, I got a chance to be the first man ever to get the WWF title for the third time. I got a new movie coming out, man. I got the Humanitarian Award for the DARE project, you know, this year. And I'm really snowballing, man. And for him to do something like that, you know, that's just like putting fuel on the fire, you know, because not only is he going to step in there with Hulk Hogan, brother, he's going to step in there with the whole American nation and God Almighty, brother, and he can't beat that in WrestleMania 7. No matter what happens, whether you're there, whether you're in my corner, whether all these people come here, watch your pay-per-view, man, because I'm telling you right now, there's no way he's going to beat Hulk Hogan in WrestleMania 7 with all the momentum I've got going, especially with a cheap shot, man.
Okay, now this thing is going to be here in Los Angeles, and I hear it's sold out, but we can watch it on King Vision?
No, not King Vision, man. Your local pay-per-view companies, man. Yeah. You can call them up and get WrestleMania 7, and that's what it's all about. You know, I told all my little Hulksters, man, I do a lot of work like with the DARE Foundation that you work with, Starlight Foundation, Make-A-Wish, and sometimes you got to tell them good things, especially when, you know, they're not going to be around too long. I say, hey, little Hulkster, man, someday we're going to wrestle, man. I don't know what your schedule is. I got to go to New York, Tokyo, Japan, Africa, Asia, and all points in between. But someday we're going to be in heaven together, man. I know we're going to be booked in that same town in heaven.
That's so weird
and when
to say.
I come to heaven, you and I are going to wrestle for the WWF title. So I kind of boxed myself in, you know. I made this promise to all these little teeny Hulksters that aren't here anymore, man. They're already waiting on me. So Sergeant Slaughter, what you gonna do, brother, when the largest patriots in the world destroy you in WrestleMania 7? See, I'm already booked. That's why I got to win this title, man.
Such a weird talking point he did there.
Didn't Sergeant Slaughter hurt somebody real bad? Hacksaw or somebody?
Yeah, he jumped on Hacksaw's back, and I was standing in the back getting my hair blow dried, you know, not a hair missing, not a hair out of place, trying to get it perfect, you know, to go out there. And Hacksaw was getting jumped on by Sarge, so I made a little appearance there, tried to save him. I got my butt kicked too. But that's all going to change in WrestleMania 7.
Yeah, I hope so, man. I hope you get busy.
I will.
You don't like this guy, do you?
Nah, not really. I don't like what he stands for, man. I mean, there's other ways to go, man. He didn't have to burn the Hulkster T-shirt.
Originally, they were going to have Sergeant Slaughter burn the flag, but a lot of, like, Slaughter didn't want to do it. And there was a lot of people in the management there that did not want the flag burned. They thought it was going to be a PR nightmare. So they had him burn a Hulkamania shirt. But Hogan here is acting like burning a Hulk Hogan shirt is akin to burning the flag, which is probably almost worse.
Poster, man, and call all my little Hulkamaniacs, Pukamaniacs. I mean, you know, he could have lightened up a little.
Yeah. Oh, wow. Isn't there something going on where the loser has to retire?
Well, that's the Macho King, man. That's the Macho King. He's wrestling the Ultimate Warrior, and the man that loses that match, his career's over. Serious stuff, man. No more groceries.
Yeah. Or they figure out some way to, you know.
Well, I wish they'd work something out, man. You know, that I could have a day off every once in a while, but I'm telling you, the way it's going, one of these guys is going down.
Wow. Okay, well, check out pay-per-view. This man and the sergeant will be getting it on, and thanks for stopping by, man. Thanks for the Beverly Hills Desert Storm.
You got it. You got it. Thank you.
Appreciate it.
There was one where Hogan was there and Mike Tyson comes out of the crowd and they like look at him. It's kind of weird. I don't know if this is the one. Oh yeah, here it is. Yep, see, Mike Tyson was in the crowd and they do like a stare down. That's so crazy. Hogan does look huge compared to Mike Tyson, but Mike Tyson would have destroyed Hulk Hogan. But it is misleading when you look at how big Hulk Hogan... I mean, like, look at Hulk Hogan's arm. It's crazy. It looks like they're about to kiss.
That would be a fight. I'm taking Mike.
Not really.
During the Star Spangled Banner, not even the first round.
Yeah.
Be free, Ben.
Oh, thank you. So yeah, we're like less than $10 away now. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
My next guest is not only a superstar in the world of wrestling, but he's also trying to put a hammerlock on the movie industry. His latest...
You can tell this. A lot of these were recorded on VHS tape 30 years
entitled
ago.
Suburban Commando, and it opens nationwide
35 years ago.
tonight. So you got to decide whether to go see this or Ricochet. Please welcome Hulk Hogan.
Hulk Hogan? Oh my God, he's wearing his Suburban Commando costume. Is this gonna... Why did he wear the costume?
No, right here.
Whoa. You know what the thing is, man? This guy, Mr. Blackwell Brothers, the guy got on the cover of People magazine for having the best dressed suit on. I mean, check the suit out, dude.
Oh my God. It's weird that he came out in his Suburban Commando getup. Here's another one with Hogan. I think this is the one where Hogan lies about doing steroids.
Hey, man, good to be here.
I know you've come to talk business because you wore jeans.
Yeah, they're kind of tight, though, man. Got my shorts in a wad.
Got my shorts in a wad.
I'm sure you know that your name came up recently when a doctor got himself into trouble.
Oh my God, he's going right into it.
Have you heard about this?
Oh, yeah, I've heard about it. Definitely.
You want to discuss it?
Yeah, I'd love to talk about it. Basically, I saw Lyle out here, and I saw you throw my name into the ring.
Thank you so much, and you completed the goal. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. I appreciate all of you, except for the person who bots me. But the rest of you are fine. Thank you so much.
Yeah, because I read the paper, and my job is to inform people as to what's going on in society, not accusing you of anything.
Okay.
I mentioned that you had been in the news.
Well, that's the problem. See, people read the paper to be informed, and sometimes you read the paper and you get misinformed. So what I would like to do, with all due respect...
And in defense of USA Today and some of the other papers, I'm sure when the doctor was convicted, that's how they got your name. It's, I wouldn't want to make it seem like they're making up the papers, LA Times.
Well, no, basically, I was one of the patients of this doctor, and then later on down the line, he got into all these other things. But a federal judge basically said, Hulk Hogan, you don't have to testify. This trial has nothing to do with you. So basically, what I'd like to do is, with all due respect, inform you and everybody else that's misinformed by the newspapers.
Yeah, come on now, because I'm already nervous. I'm talking to a man about acute steroid use and everything, and you twice my size.
He definitely used steroids.
Thanks. But thanks a lot.
No, you've always been twice my size. When you were 12, you were twice my size. I know.
I've got a picture for you guys. But anyway, basically, I'm upset, outraged, and mad, and all that other kind of stuff, because basically the paper speculated. When my name got thrown in the ringer, it turned into the Hulk Hogan trial, and they didn't direct the focus on what this thing was all about. Somebody that had got involved in a bunch of illegal mischief, I would call it. And basically, when the paper speculated, and then when there are a lot of lies told in the courtroom, the papers printed these lies as fact. And it hurt me, it hurt my family. And on top of that, I was different than a lot of the people that names get thrown in the ringer, There are millions of kids that have believed in me and what I stand for, and basically it put a dark cloud over everything that I believe in.
So let me do it like Mike Wallace might do it.
No,
Have
let me
you
do
ever
it like
taken
Hulk
steroids?
Hogan might do it.
Okay.
Let me do it like Hulk Hogan.
We both got a
Right on, right on. Well, let me get you straight now. Then you can ask me
Wait,
anything
now
else.
I read the paper, Hulk.
Well,
You ain't straight
paper don't
me
mean
out,
nothing, man. Listen to Hulk
I read it in
Hogan.
the paper.
Okay, first off, what I am is what I am. I'm a real American. I love my family. I love my God. I love all my people that believe in me. And basically, this isn't the Lyle Alzado story you're going to hear out here.
Right.
Because, like the picture, do you have the picture? The picture that I showed you when I was 10 years old.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. Sandy, show that picture.
Oh my God, he brought evidence with him.
Okay, that's me when I was 10 years old on my Little League team.
Damn,
I
man.
weighed 196 pounds. Look how fat my head was. The hat barely fit on my head.
You were my size then.
I was 196 pounds when I was 10 years old. When I graduated from high school, I was 300 pounds, and right now I'm about 295. So basically, I was insulted when basically the inferences or the speculation said, well, all you gotta do is take a pill or take a shot in the butt every day to get to look like Hulk Hogan. And basically, I've trained 20 years. I'm 38, 37. I'll be 38 in a couple months. Oh my
Wow,
God,
I'm older now than Hogan was here. That blows my mind.
Say that. But I've trained 20
That
years,
blows my mind.
2 hours a day to look like I do.
I was probably like 9, 10 years old here.
But the things that I am not is I'm not a steroid abuser, and I do not use steroids. But there's a situation where steroids, Hulk Hogan, and my private physicians have something all in common, and these are the situations. When I first won the world title in '83, I was wrestling almost 300 days a year, and on 2 or 3 different occasions, I got hurt in the ring.
Right.
And thank God I made the right choice, because at the time, I had to make a decision of going into surgery, have my back, my deltoid, and my bicep cut and reattached with staples, or do the sports therapy route. And if I was to get cut on with a knife and all this type of thing, basically I'd be in a sling, and a year later, well, we don't know what's going to happen to your career. And at that time, I didn't have any money. So basically, I made the right decision. And that sports therapy involved hours of the ultrasound to get the blood going again, the electric stim to get the nerves going, the deep muscle massage, and prescription drugs by my physician that I trusted, legal prescription drugs. And those involve
He's over-explaining, but
anti-inflammatories.
he was never
and,
charged with
synthetic
anything.
male hormone, which is a form of a steroid.
Right.
And on 3 different occasions, I had the same type muscle injuries. That is the extent of Hulk Hogan's steroid use.
Now, this doctor that you're talking about, is that the same one that's been in trouble and convicted?
Well, basically, I'd rather not comment on that, but my private physicians, you know, I don't want to speculate on this thing. The trial is over. The jury's made their decision.
I'm cool. I'm
here
sorry.
to talk about Hulk Hogan. That's cool. But the thing is, you know, when I sit down and think about this thing, like you just talked about Clarence, what was it, smoking marijuana or something?
Yeah,
you know?
in college.
Yeah, okay. Now, what if we were to speculate on everybody that's in the Supreme Court because of Clarence? And we say, well, Arsenio, maybe because Clarence smoked a little dope, man, do you think everybody in the Supreme Court's getting high? I mean, that's what happened to me. Basically, when they saw that I was a patient of this doctor's, everybody started speculating. Well, my God, Hulk Hogan's a patient. He must be involved in all these illegal things and everything. And that's when the federal judge stepped in and said, Hulk Hogan, there's no reason for you to testify because you have nothing to do with these issues.
He testified in the Vince McMahon
basically,
trial, I believe.
That's where I stand. And I just wanted to clear it up because all the people that believe in me and believe what I stand for, I mean, you have to take negatives such as this big issue of is Hulk guilty, is Hulk involved, and you have to turn negatives into positives. And that's what I've said the whole
This is his PR campaign.
time, and it's what I believe in with my heart, is basically if you turn these negatives into positives, and my theme is if you train, say your prayers, eat your vitamins, and believe in yourself, just like I have done, brother, you can have everything you want out of life, and I'm not ashamed of anything I've done.
Okay, we'll take a commercial, come right back.
Thank you. And my eyes light up when people are taking
Wow, this is so long.
Wait a minute.
Oh, this
and stuff like that.
Right.
But you cannot use this stuff and get away with it. Number one, it'll kill you. Number two, you're going to get busted.
Yeah. Thanks for coming by.
Hey, man, what you gonna do? What you gonna do when Hulk Hogan and Arsenio Hall run wild on you?
All right. Yeah, so there's like hours and hours of these kind of interviews that I found, like a whole channel that just uploaded 80s and 90s wrestling and 2000s wrestling talk show interviews. It's kind of interesting to watch. I am going to end the stream now. Thanks to all of you guys for sticking around and for helping me meet the goal and everything. I'll see you guys next time tomorrow. Bye.
In the beginning, there was nothing. And then there was the Drunken Peasants Podcast.
Drunken Peasants. Drunken Peasants. Drunken Peasants. Drunken Peasants. From the strangest corners of the internet, gonna get TP'd by Billy and Ben. You know where you can find them at. Get ready, cause they're gonna kick your... Drunken Peasants. Drunken Peasants. Drunken Peasants. Drunken Peasants.